y'all gotta be able to scout out who you making children with. Y'all gotta be able to.
Like if a woman's womb is not healthy, that's what the baby gets to see for 9 months inside the womb because it's the world of that baby. So I agree with you on that, and I like how you bring up astrology because it's like we could really sit down and plan a baby out, not just oh we have sex and now a baby here. No, like we could really be like, you know what? We have a we have sex tonight, I can get pregnant, and then we know the baby gonna be born with these strengths, these weaknesses, all the strengths. You know, we can make more messiahs again. That whole concept of Jesus and the Messiah and the chosen one, we could keep reproducing that over and over and over again to have a whole nation full of kings. Like, I mean, like the baby come out knowing he's God, she God. Ain't no, oh, I gotta be taught and I gotta feel it and I gotta learn it. Like they just gonna come out just knowing it. Like, I agree 100%. 100%.
Big facts. Big facts. I'm grateful everybody came on the live today, man. This was a very powerful build. I'm gonna have to save this shit on my phone for real, for real.
Yes,
Put that shit
please.
on my page because this shit was deep. There's a lot of stuff that needed to be said that we need to hear as melanated people. Most definitely. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting a little tired. I need a little water. I need some food. I ain't gonna lie, we've been on it for like a long time. A long
Thanks,
time.
thanks.
But yeah, I'm grateful,
A
God.
few
Grateful
hours,
man,
yeah.
pulling up. I'm grateful cold in the back. And yeah, grateful for all y'all. Everybody in the live
Thankful,
too.
grateful, and honored.
Yeah, stay up. I'm gonna end it.
Page 70, page 70, page 70. Yeah, so in the morning, let's see. Did I charge this bitch? Did I put new batteries in it? I ain't put no new damn batteries in it. Okay, so in the morning, I go on my Omnipod and you push confirm and everything, and then no active pod order because I didn't put nothing on. So I have my Omnipod, the Dexcom, which this is the Dexcom. It's this big thing, and this thing I have to shoot on my arm that it makes this noise like pop, and then I know that it's on my arm. I might show you. I don't know if y'all don't like blood. I'm warn y'all before though, so don't. And then this is the Omnipod. So my insulin, I will break this off in the morning. I gotta do this like every 3 days. I have to rechange this one. And then is that an alkaline book? Yep, it is. This one is. Yes, an alkaline book. Yep. Okay, so I have to change this every 3 days, and then I have to change this every 10 days, or I might be getting it backwards. Like I told you, it's new, so we're gonna see. Then I have this insulin that I have to take, but I still have this insulin that I have to shoot myself with. But I also have another insulin that I only give to myself 1 time a day. That one I give to myself 4 times a day, and then this one enters my body and like rotates into my body like throughout the day. Then the Dexcom checks my blood sugar, but I also have my but I also have my little my diabetes shit pad, and then that has these are like pop needles where you twist them and then boom, you can poke your blood. And then I have my meter, my small meter, like that I carry with me just in case my Dexcom might stop working when I'm out there. Now this little thing here, like it is so complicated, so much stuff you gotta do, but hey. And then this is the Dexcom reader. Believe it or not, this little thing costs an arm and a damn leg. Ugh. That little thing costs an arm, and then that goes into here. And then the orange thing, I don't know if y'all can see it that good. The orange thing, I clip off, take it off, and then I put the number that's right here. Hopefully y'all don't be scanning them. You can scan it with your phone or the meter. I use my phone sometimes, but sometimes your phone might die, so then I use my meter. Okay, so basically, you take this, you open it up, you take this out, like this. This, how this is right here. You unpeel it. That is what you will like on your arm. You click that off and pop, you will pop it. Then you take this. Hopefully I'm not talking too fast for y'all because I got a habit of talking fast. And then you put this and you pop it in there. Now I'm not going to do it right now. I might, but I want to take a shower, and then sometimes it's hard to take one with your Dexcom to take a shower. Now, if you want to take a shower with your Dexcom on, then let me show you what you have to do. You have to get one of these, which is a Dexcom. Okay, I'm gonna show you how to open it up. You have to take, now you can't take no bath now, but if you want to take a shower with the Dexcom still on, because that's might be too much work, you take one of these and you will put it on there. Then you'll get these patches, and let me show you. And then you'll put this patch over that, and then that's how you could take like a shower in case you want to take a shower before the remaining of the days is up. Okay, then it's another thing I got. Hold on, let me show you my other stuff. So then, after I do that, this is what the Dexcom looks like still in the case. So I would take this little needle here and put it in here, and that's how I put the insulin in, and then I will put that on my arm. Then I will plug my phone in because my phone about to die. Hold on. Yeah. Goodness gracious. Alright, hold on, let me plug my phone into my laptop. Okay, and then after I do what I just told y'all, yeah, I'm not done. It's like a whole more. Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all the more. Hold on, let me cut my laptop on so I can plug my phone in. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me put the laptop on so that it will charge my phone. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I was on YouTube earlier, and I was looking at this video of this girl who got her Dexcom, Dexcom, like stuck to her arm, and I was like, holy shit, I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know you can get your Dexcom, stuck to your arm like that, because I've never had that. But when I first, when I first started wearing the Dexcom, I put it on my thigh, and like a dummy, I hit the door, and it like stripped from my leg. Yeah, that hurt it. I'm gonna tell you, that was a scream. Okay, then after I do that, and after I put that on there, that came in, Nubian. Hey, Nubian. Okay, then after I put that on, and then I go to my arming pod, I click it. Hold on, then I would click it, confirm it. Then it would say no active pod, so it would say would I like to add a pod, and then I would say yeah, I would like to add a pod. And then I would have to fill the pod with insulin, which I'm about to do right now. So I would take my insulin. The heck, why does it keep on? Okay, so I would take my insulin, and I'm gonna take my. Dang, I just had my. Oh, there it is. What happens when you forget to do all of that, like a day off? If I forget to do that, then my blood sugar will go to like 500 or like 600. But if it gets to like 600, then it means I would have to be like rushed to the hospital because I'm about to go into a coma. Yeah, so hopefully, and then if I give myself too much insulin, then that's bad. But I don't know what I just did with my. I just had them when I was talking to y'all. Dang, somebody must be messing with my neighbor because my neighbor died. Okay, so then I open this. Open it. Then I take this out. But before I take that out, I will put the needle together like this. Then I'll take it out. And you see how the needle got the needle. Because I mean, like, how do you feel on and off? Have you always been on it? Have you always been on it? No, I haven't always been on it. Just recently I found out about all this. I got all of this when I was in the tribe. But then you open this. Damn, what the hell? Once I open this, see this how the insulin. Now I'm supposed to have an alcohol wipe, and I'm supposed to wipe that off, but I don't got one right now. So then I take it, the insulin, stick this in. Gotta make sure I twist it up and down and make sure I look and see if there's no bubbles. Then I hold it like this so I can have a grip. And then I fill it up with the insulin. Ah, shit, just filling up with bubbles. Then I fill it up. And I see all them damn bubbles coming in. Shit, then hey, mother soul. And then I fill it up. And then I make sure I take it down. They kicking me out the live. Oh, why? And then once I have the insulin in here, pop it. Just got it right there. And then I would take this. Off of here. Well, not. I'm supposed to put the insulin in first, but you are smart to make sure you're not in no vein. Yeah, you gotta make sure you're not in no vein because you could definitely hurt yourself. So you see this little hole? So you recently been diagnosed. Yeah. So you see this little hole right here? That's where I will put the needle in. You see here. And then wait till it makes a noise, and I'll push it in. I'll push it in. Now you hear the click. Hopefully I hear the click. That means that it is full. And then I would take this off. Man, it's giving me a hard time. So I'll take both of them off. Then wherever I want to place it, if I want to place it on my arm, if I want to place it on my chest, like here, but that's probably the marks, like right here. I put it on my chest before, or my thigh, but so y'all can see, I'm going to put it right here on my arm. Okay, now I take the Omnipod and I go home and I confirm and I say yes. Then it says after filling the needle, listen for the 2 beeps, then press next. Then you do not remember. Now it's going to be a needle that's going to go into my arm. Then the needle is going to go in my arm, and then you're going to be able to see it. So it gives me insulin like all day. And it will just repeat all of my body. So I have to pay attention to it, or it might give me too much insulin. Now, if I'm going out, and say I'm going out, somebody be like, hey, you want to go out to eat? And I'm like, yeah, sure. I would grab this insulin, and I would grab my other insulin, which is a light gray one, and I would take that one with me. And I would use it before I eat. So then now I push next. It says, so it's releasing all day. Yeah, it says, does the needle hurt going in? No, it's like a pinch, like a real fast one. No, so it says, so then I have to put this closer to it. Hopefully, yeah, it says move closer to the PDA. Wait, okay, now you hear it clicking? Now it's going to click again. And you're going to see it's trying to say the insulin going in. Okay, it's taking longer than normal. Okay, they're going to count down. Can y'all hear it beeping? Or like the clicking? So this is priming, and when it's priming, it's basically like, it says, are you drinking herbs? It says constantly being diabetic is a fella thing. Are you saying it's like a okay, wait, rewrite that, Melissa, cause what? Have you noticed more energy since is a what? Yeah, that's how she kind of confused me. You can barely eat a lot of things. Yeah, you kind of confused me with that one. Okay, then you see how it says that? It says prepare for the inferior site. Remove the cabinet inside of your next, because I did it already. Then I push next. Then I push start. A man thing. It says you can be. You saying diabetes is a man thing? Well, is that what she? I'm not sure that's what she meant. Is that what she meant? I don't know. She said, "Oh my God, no." I was about to say, I don't think that's what she means. Okay. Hello. Oh, hello. Okay, I was. Let me confused it for a minute, and now it will give me internet, and I will check to see. Laughing at you said fella. Yeah, that's why I was confused too. Okay, so now.
The speed of everything. So basically, the moment you think about it, it's already existing. So consciousness pushed the light picture, the holographic image, the sound, and all that shit. From all your senses, it's powered by consciousness. Without consciousness, you're not seeing, you're not hearing, you're not smelling, you're not doing none of that. You're not touching none of that. So don't be arrogant about your sight, because you will meet a blind person and they can sense more energy than you can ever think. You know what I'm saying? This is why we have to meditate in darkness, because it probably be a time where that sun go black and it really be dark out this motherfucker. You see, it was a point in time where we used to walk in the deepest amount of caves and we was actually be able to see through the motherfuckers. Now we'll be scared to shit, because the moment we get in the moment of darkness, nigga, our pants jump out our ass on some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? The reason why is because since you was young, you have been manipulated in the fear of darkness. You know what I'm saying? Why? Why do they need you to fear darkness? Because in darkness, light is created. They saying you cannot create your light. What is light? Consciousness. So consciousness expands in darkness. What do they tell you about melatonin? Melanin grows. It grows in darkness. It absorbs its energy in a day, and it expands at night, because that darkness allows it to expand. So if I'm the elite and I don't want these niggas to reach no spiritual enlightenment, I'm finna scare them out of darkness. Because if they was to know the true essence of darkness, they will know how to create light. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I have to scare you out of darkness. I got to tell you a demon gonna come out that motherfucker. And guess what happens? Your mind is so powerful, you actually create a demon that be in the closet. That's
Facts.
based off the mind. The mind creates that shit. That's
Hey,
how
you wanna
powerful the
know
mind is.
something?
It's projecting it.
You wanna know some
Mm-hmm.
real shit though, bro?
Yep. And then I take this, I put it in here. Hold on. Okay, it's beeping, it's beeping. Okay, and then when this, hello, Neeks 2 raw. And then when this beeps like this, it lets me know that it's ready. Then I take this, I make it, but I always put it on number 2. Then I put my finger.
Or you stick your finger and get your
Yeah.
blood,
Then I bleed. If y'all don't like blood, don't look. Then blood.
and then you put it on the
Put it there.
thing.
Then it do a countdown. And then it lets me know what my blood sugar is. And my blood sugar, look.
It was fine.
Oh,
It
yeah,
was
my
not.
blood sugar is 363. So
Mm-hmm.
now that it's 363, I'm not going to do it now because I'm about to eat. So it don't even make no sense because it's going to go higher. But then I will take this. I will put it on number, was it 38? Yeah, 38. I'll put on number 38. And that much insulin will go into my body. So that's basically what I have to
See,
do.
that's
And I
why
do.
in one of the main laws of nature, even with the 42 Mayat, majority of the laws is about being kind to nature. Majority of it, and I respect people so much, and I just have that heart where I don't care. Like, I'm gonna be kind to you until you cross that line, because you really don't know what people are going through. Like, you don't.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I try to be kind to everybody till they start trolling me. Then that's when you're gonna see another side of me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but other than that, I'm kind to everyone because you do not know. And then I have to check my blood sugar every morning and every night, and before I eat and after I eat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, stay on top of it. I already know how that should go. My
Yeah.
stepdad is diabetic and he's on dialysis. My son's godbrother, he's diabetic and he just turned 2 years old, and it's real bad.
Yeah.
It's real bad to the point where he couldn't consume anything. He couldn't pass any waste. He couldn't pass any urine and stuff. So I already know
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
levels of diabetes.
Yeah. In case, and for that, I have to do like keys tone sticks every morning to make sure that nothing is wrong with
Then
my
what you
kidneys
do
and
is
stuff.
you drink herbs before you take your medication, and before you
Mm,
go to your bed. After you take your medication, before you
mm,
go to bed, you drink herbs. So if it's to sip on a little Irish marsh tea, or
yeah.
like, find the
Yeah.
herbs that you know is good for that specific area, and feed on them daily, like at least
Yeah.
twice a day. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, sis, miracles. You already know.
Yeah.
You look like, wow.
Diabetic at 2 year old. Yeah, you can be a diabetic as a newborn, all that. Like
Yeah,
just
he's
that
diabetic,
shit.
2 years old. It was so
Mm,
bad. Like, how did they find out, babe? I don't even know how they found out. He wasn't peeing or something.
mm.
Lucas.
Oh, Luca.
Yeah.
How I found out, I started gaining weight, which is crazy. It's the opposite. I was like small, skinny, like crackhead type skinny, and then I just started blowing up. Like my legs started getting swollen. Then they told me I had
I,
something.
I don't think he would. Sorry, sis, not to cut you, but you've been asking if he was born diabetic. I don't think he was born diabetic. Like, these things, I don't think none of them is being born. Like,
I was
you
not
feel
born with
me?
diabetic. My cousin was born diabetic,
You think so? But
but I
if
think
you're
it has to
born
do
with
with maybe with the
diabetic,
mom.
that's the mom, because the majority of pregnant women is, so they say, based off of their
Well, it depends
system.
on which diabetes you have. If you have type 1, then no,
You got
that's a
type
separate
1, type
reason.
2, and type
But if you
3.
got type 2, then that could be from the mom if you're born with it.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
she
So
ate.
once the mom reached type 1 diabetes, the child is
Yeah.
already at risk. But if she's at type 2, the child is gonna get it. So, but I don't really go by what the fuck these people say. So, to each his own.
Yeah. Yes, I can. What I was about to say? Oh, yes, I bought these books today. Hopefully help me because they got like I bought this one and I bought this one
What that
because
book about, sis?
this one's
First
about an
one.
alkaline plant-based diet.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Ooh.
got this one, and then I got this African holistic health. Yeah, I got like a chapter. I didn't know this book was this big though, so I know I'm not gonna probably read this whole thing.
So you about to do some studying.
Yeah, I'm about to read up some stuff, do some studying, and
That's what I need to start doing. Get these books. Just rack
mm,
up and keep them shits in here. So when it's time. You know, you said when you move. You know, when you change. Like, I'm the type of person when I move around, I like to get rid of certain things. And it's like certain things like I wish I had my hands on still. And it's like, but it doesn't really matter because, you know, you'd have been baggaged up. But it's all good.
mm-hmm. Yep. So now I'm gonna be doing different things to try and says out here when it comes to the
Yeah,
books.
that's me too, Lotus. I don't like just any type of book.
Yeah. So that's what I'm gonna be doing, reading up and trying to see some things, and I guess there's some teas that people are saying. It's like different things. I'm gonna just do them all.
Right, but you got diabetes, so you can't do just straight alkaline. You're gonna need a little bit of acid. You know the reason why, because you know diabetes come with a little bit of everything. So sometimes you need that sugar. Sometimes you got to keep a little candies in your purse. And, you know what I'm saying? So you got it's like a balance, you know.
Yeah, it is.
So you're gonna need ginger. You're gonna need watermelon. You're gonna need pineapple. You're gonna need a little bit of acid to balance with the full alkaline. Cause girl, but what you could do is I'd say like, you know, to like pay attention to your body, like do this for like probably 2-3 weeks and then do the next thing, you know what I'm saying? And then do it together type shit, you know, like so you can read yourself.
Yeah. That's why I keep all my stuff in. You see, say all my diabetes shit.
I'm dead. That's cute. I love it. Every time I'll stay on your medicine. She gonna stay on the medicine. But I mean, you know, once if she could get her hands on finding like something to complete her or whatever, if once she reach that journey, it's time to get the fuck off of these medicines. You feel me? But for now, we're gonna support her on her medicines because we, you know, but we're still gonna try. If we know we come across situations or things or knowledge based on diabetes, shoot it to sis. You feel me? That's, you feel me? I don't know. I don't like seeing my people going through certain shit. Like my stepdad, like he's diabetic and he got kidney failure, and it's been years now, but he's holding up real good. But trust me, it's not easy because he can't eat certain shit like mango and shit like that. Like he can't eat it.
I
But I
can't
be
eat
like, bro, like,
pineapple.
huh?
I can't eat pineapple.
Yeah,
Pineapple.
because it's too sweet.
Yeah.
They say it's too sweet, but that's fucked up. Because I'm like, instead of me running to a candy or something when I feel that little wooziness, why I can't run to a fruit? You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
the contradiction of the lies. So you already know. You already know what to do. So you already got the
Mm-hmm.
knowledge down pat. But see to the lies. What's up, goddess?
Yeah, but I'm giving myself like a month.
As a regular thing.
Yeah.
Like just, you feel me, with her teas or whatever. Because sometimes like you could drink ginger by itself, but sometimes like when you drinking like specific herbs, like they might have like a little funny taste that you might not be used to. So like adding that ginger, give it like that little, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Truth.
Hey,
What's up?
Cruz, how are you? I said I would be. Oh hell, no! I would go crazy if I can't eat my mango. Ain't gonna be no.
That's how I feel too. Like I be like, yo, I be feeling bad for cuz he be bringing in the mangoes on the table to my mom and us. Then okay, baby, go. And it's like I used to feel so bad because I know I could see it in him.
If you smoke,
Your true self. Your true self. It speaks in images. It don't speak language.
at all, it
It
would
speaks
bring
in images.
like it would bring you energy. Like, well, you can, you feel me? You meditate beside it, bro. I promise you, they can talk to you, bro. That's what everybody think. Like, oh, the trees, the trees are the roots dead. You feel me? This and that. Like, nah, it's not dead, nigga. You don't know how to talk to it. And like I told you, like, bro, we don't supposed to live like this, bro. Like we living now, but we don't like supposed to have phones, my nigga. We supposed to be living like fucking the cavemen how they was living. Like, I've been trying to tell people that shit. You feel me? Like people, it's like people don't understand that shit. Like,
Nah, but yeah, I know, you know, knowing the art is one thing because knowing
the creator of this matrix understands that your perception is made from an observation, you are observatory of looking at how you see it, and then a perception comes as a result of it, right? It's understood from that energetic value. So it's hard. I get the gist of, how can you think about uniting with the very thing that has created. But we have to understand that in our genomes, in our DNA, as you ascend, right, as you receive energies and frequencies, it unlocks an aspect of your being. But you don't know that because you have not moved into that frequency to make yourself aware. So we're thinking that we're moving, but we don't realize we're moving in a density that is correlating with an aspect of our energetic value in this third dimensional or fourth dimensional state of being. As you ascend, you unlock another aspect of codes in your genome, because the frequency is going to be there to correspond, and then it's going to garner a different awareness. So where you might have felt one way 2 weeks ago, if that energy and frequency unlocks an aspect of your genome, you're no longer going to feel that way that you felt 2 weeks ago, because now the frequency has unlocked an aspect. We in the universe, yes, baby, yep. The love and peace, yep. And in order to get that aspect of your genome to be unlocked, you have to do that. You have to have, it's something in you. But if you're barricaded, by these stories, by, all of these things, then so it may be, right? It's not for me to say that you're right or you're wrong. That's where you're choosing to be. But in my efforts of how I'm looking and understanding, it's unity consciousness, right? But it's the law of oneness, natural law. That's where I'm at now. So for me, I have absolved all of everything that what you guys will probably be mad at me for. You know what I'm saying? Most of you might be mad at me for. I've absolved that, because I overstand that it's greater than this illusion. And once I came to that knowledge, that knowing that it's even though as horrific as it is, or it has presented itself to be, I understand that it's not the truth. It's not the truth. That wherever I energetically resonate on, whatever that may be, it's not the truth. No matter how heinous it is, that's not my truth. That's not how I live. That is not me. That's not me. Once we become aware, we will forward and find our purpose, and we gotta just ride the wave until there is mass non-compliance, and many will take it back from the few. We are so powerful. We're definitely that. We're definitely that. We're definitely powerful. That's factual. But you know, to tap into that power, you got to let go of this, all of that has transpired in this illusion that has that's resonating on an aspect of your DNA that it can access, right? This resonance is accessing a part of your DNA, right? It is accessing a part of your DNA that is keeping you in this reality and moving from a space that stagnates your ascension. But when you move in elevation and frequency, that particular frequency now is going, and it's consciousness, it's awareness. It doesn't necessarily have to be the incarnated body, right? Although this body can only go but so far, because once you ascend, the body has to now ascend too, right? So you may slough off this more dense being, because you have to understand that the 3D density is allowing us to look like this, right? But as we become more enlightened and our energetic value is more connected with the frequency that corresponds with it, you start to change. You're going to start to change. Your body is going to, this dense body is going to start to move in the frequency that it's now your genes are responding to. Your genes it's light code receptors, right? And there's a plethora of combinational frequencies in your genes. Like they were talking about, 90%, only 2% are active, and the 98% of your genes is junk DNA. That's just their way of trying to dismiss that, to keep you out of making a connection that those that those genetics are unlocked in frequency, that they were only in this density. So think about it. In this density, in this 3D density, they were only able to access 2% of your DNA. Right? They were only able to act, but 2% served a lot because they were able to genetically modify things or whatever the case may be. It's that other 98% that they can't access because it takes a certain frequency for it to be unlocked, right? So that's what they're worried about, because the ascensional value and frequency of this plane is now going to unlock what they're calling dormant or junk DNA. But they in the third density, they had access to at least 2%, right? So we have to understand, when you raise your frequency and you unlock an aspect, because the correlated frequency is there to unlock it, your state of awareness is going to change. You're going to change. You're not going to see the illusionary side anymore in terms of the separation and different things of that nature. It's going to serve itself not valid, right? Because you're going to begin to understand, have a greater of awareness, because the frequency has unlocked an aspect of your genome, your genetics, that they call junk DNA or whatever the case may be. So if you guys understand that much, if you guys understand that much of what I'm saying, then now you'll get the fact as to why unity consciousness, the law of oneness, and the law of nature, natural law, right, reigns supreme. Because it's almost damn near polar opposite from what it is that we've been experiencing in this experience. So any storyline that moves you in a superiority, any storyline that got you thinking that you better than somebody, any storyline that say you need to hate, because it ain't white people, it ain't black people, it ain't Asian people, it ain't, that's different. That's not what it is. Even though this dimension clearly and cogently tries to tell you that that's what it is, right? It is about energy, vibration, and frequency, right? Absolutely, unity. And the law of oneness every time I talk about it, it just brings me to tears. And I'm not crying because I'm sad, but I think it resonates with me because there's an aspect of my being that may have experienced it, right? And I'm just moved to tears every time I get into that space energetically. It's a beautiful space. And unless you're there, unless somebody can relate to what I'm saying, I'm gonna look like a fool right now, but that's okay. That's okay, because I know what I'm feeling on it. I know what I'm feeling. You know what I'm saying? So, but you have to be it in order to attract it. In order to attract what comes along with that, there has to be a part of you that is there, or at least resonating a little bit, so that you can now start to attract what the law of oneness is, and natural law. And like I said, if you're moving in the egotistical superiority, the illusion of separation and all of those things, that's okay, right? But you are where you want to be, and only you can change the value of that. Not at all. I got you, and I feel it a lot. Oh, gratitude. Gratitude. Yeah, I think I speak a lot differently from a lot of people. And even though, they say what they say in such great passion, all I keep hearing is stay the course. That's all I keep hearing is stay the course, right? And they are where they choose to be. We are empaths. We have a heart, and we care so much for all. Yes. And I think that that's a great part of what's happening. But as I said, there are bids for this planet. Everybody got a plan for this planet. There's a bid for this planet. Gratitude. Queen Mur, I'm finna chop and screw your name, Queen. For gratitude. But yeah, there are bids for this planet, many to which are benevolent. But you have to understand that anything will look more benevolent than what we've been through. You know what I'm saying? But rest assured that this planet is going through quantum leaps, right? So eventually everybody is going to have to terraform. They're going to have to change. Because the quantum side is going to kick in regardless, right? But yeah, it's deep. It's deep. But it's fair. It's deep, it's fair, it's loving. It's very benevolent. I know many of us are still trying to figure things out, but the only way you're going to figure it out, I know everybody, and trust me, even my story family, and I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I'm speaking from an infinite aspect of my heart. There are many of us out there that have stories. There are many of us out there that have ideologies that we have come across that has resonated with our being, that we truly believe in, and all of these different things. But understand, overstand. It is okay to seek externally, but that external value is a bridge. The only way you're going to really get the truth is the truth that is of value to you. The significance of what your contribution is to all of this is that you have to go from within. I ain't even asking y'all to ride my train, because guess what? This is my energetic value. This is what I'm coming into resonance with. This is what I'm doing. This is my contribution to the oneness, right? You have your own value. And the only way that you're going to be able to tap in is that you got to trust you. The person, the most important person to trust is yourself. If you can't trust you, you have nothing. You have nothing. You have to, oh, thank you, Queen. You have to trust yourself. Yes, Phil, we have to love. In order for us to understand the law of oneness, you have to love yourself. Absolutely. You have to love yourself. Yeah. So, with that being said, family, I know that this may not have been ideal in terms of, what people are looking for, but you could tell when people are moving from ego. You could tell when people are moving from pain and hurt. I can tell when people are moving from ego. I can tell when people are moving from pain and hurt. I can tell when people are moving from victim consciousness. I can tell when people are moving from superiority. Right? I can differentiate the energetic values. And none of which constitute anything remotely close to unity consciousness, natural law, the law of oneness. Because what that says is that if we're moving in those energetic values, that we're either still hurt, we're still mad, we're angry, or we're seeking validation that we are something more than the way that we've been treated. And all of that is a stronghold to hold you back from your ascensional value. If you stay there, it's okay to be there, because for every action there is a reaction. For there's a consequence for choices, right? So, but to remain there, to stay there, thinking that you're going to be exonerated and free by just staying in that space, that's what holds you. That's what keep you bound and held hostage in that energetic value. Right? We gotta love ourselves before. Yes. Yeah. Yep. We are one. We are one. The law of oneness, family. So, write it down. I journal a lot, and I buy little books and stuff like that or whatever, and I have little guides. I have guides and stuff like that. This is my this is a book that I journal in, right? I have a few, but now that I'm moving into a different space, because I had guided journals, and I'm only sharing this with you guys because I know it can impose a struggle in terms of many of us have had murders in our family. We've been abandoned. We've been raped. We've had such a plethora of so many bad experiences that some of which I can't even identify with in that respect. But understand that when you went through your murder or the murder of someone that you love, or when you went through that abuse, right? When you went through that abuse, when you experienced that murder, when you experienced the loss of a family member through disease such as cancer, heart attack, diabetes, and all of those things, even though a person may not have went to that experience, like, because that wasn't their parent, that wasn't their friend, that wasn't, but as a collective, we go through it, right? We go through it. right? Because we got to hear, we hear about the people that die of cancer, right? We know somebody that have died of cancer. We hear about the people that suffer from diabetes or disease, right? So all of us are still going through it. It may not be like in our backyard, right? Murder, pain, it's all of us are going through it. Hi, Harai. Hello, sweetheart. All of us are going through it, right? It may not have been in our backyard, but when I hear someone has died from cancer or has died, the compassion in us is like, oh my, we have experienced that. We may not have experienced it in our own immediate backyard, but just to hear something like that puts you in that experience. So this is where the oneness still is applicable, but we never saw it in that way, right? Because of the frequency access to our current genome right now, which has limited us in a sense of understanding the greater picture or the bigger picture of ourselves, right? So in essence, we've all experienced murder. We've all experienced the hate. We've all experienced all of these things. One might say, well, it's not in the way that we've experienced it. You know, some people got past and this and that or whatever. And I get that the illusion has played a role in that. But also understand they have only had access to 2%, 2 to 3% of your DNA. That pretty much controlled a narrative. And it allows you to see it in that way. Because the ability for you to be activated in frequency, right, was circumvented to a sense, right? So therefore, the reality or the perception or the observation was stagnant and changing because the frequency that would have allowed us to move into that space was circumvented. As I say, this thing is far much more greater, but it's a beautiful, very beautiful experience. You have to just want to tap into that space. As I say, there are many stories out there, a plethora of them. And there's a story that that many people identify with. But if, as I said earlier, if you are in victim consciousness, if you are in ego, if you are in a superiority that you're better than somebody, or if you are looking at a race of people and you want them to die and you want them, you know, because you feel like they should perish and all of that, understand that the dimension or the frequency that would be suitable for is no longer in place. As I say, gratitude and homage to the Dr. Deborah Blairs, to the Bobby Hemmitts, to everybody that has put themselves out there in such great force and such great magnitude to get us to this space. But they are bridges. They are bridges. And the only way that you're going to get to where you truly need to be within the truth of you is through yourself. The only being that you can trust is you. I hear many stories, but myself within myself always remind me to stay the course. Stay the course. Only myself can tell me to stay the course. And I know that it might sound foreign, crazy, but only myself can tell me to stay the course. All right, so that's all I have to say. Unity consciousness, the law of oneness, natural law. There are bids for this planet by benevolent forces, but nevertheless, they are bidding for this planet. Because guess what? We're raising in frequency. The planet is raising in frequency. She's a young planet. And that's all I could tell you, that there's bids for this planet. Anything is better than what we were in, but I just have to let you know that there's bid for this planet. So until we get into a state of awareness of what is truly going on and what's happening, you are not going to be able to recognize. If you don't have that level of spiritual discernment, you're not going to be able to recognize the deception that may come towards you, right? You have to be in a space, energetic value or space, spiritual space, to be able to recognize deception. Yes. True love consciousness, pure love. That's my goal, right? Love consciousness. That's me. That's that day that I told you guys about, where I was sitting in the closet and I was crying and I was like, why is the world so mean? Why, and no matter how not nice I thought I had to be, the more I experienced the opposite. Because of the duality and the energetic value that I was in. Yeah. But we are in a space now where the frequencies are definitely, it's changing. The process has already begun. And if you guys look up in your skies, you can see you could see what's going on. You can energetically feel. Like I was looking at the sun. And I just start seeing all of these colors, and when I looked away from, after I was gazing into the sun, and I started to see all of these colors. Now remember, they tell you that it's dangerous to look into the sun, right? But I was looking straight into the sun. And when I looked away, I started to see all of these colors. Like the cloud began to look a different color, right? The sky on this side, when I looked to my left, I saw yellow, right? When I looked to my right, I saw violet, right? Now, mind you, this is just maybe an hour ago, right? This is why this aspect of these frequencies, when they activate you, then you start seeing the energetic truth. So like I said, now I was sun gazing. I was looking directly into the sun. When I took my eyes off of the sun, to the left, I saw like yellow clouds, right? It was yellow. It had a yellowish hue to it, right? When I looked to the right, I saw like a violet purplish color, right? So then now you're starting to see the truth now, right? But many of us still see blue skies, right? When we look up at that sky, we see blue skies, other than, some of the hues that we've been seeing and not been showing you guys. But as I look straight into the sun, right? And I know that they're going to come with a theory saying, oh, that's what the sun does and this and that or whatever. No, the sun gives you truth. It unlocks an aspect of your being, right? Because if that was the case, why, when I look, it should have been the same color. It shouldn't have been yellow over here and violet purple over there, or a violet hue. If it was the sun that did any damaging to my eyes or whatever the case may be, Then if I look to the right, as if when I look to the left, it should have been yellow on the left and yellow on the right. No, it was yellow on the left, and it was a violet color on a violet purple on the right. Right, the sun cleanses. Yes. 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 Now I just, wanted to share that with you in terms of you knowing thyself. It is important for us because remember, as children, we're told don't look into the sun damage your eyes and this and that or whatever. And looking into the sun just garnered me truth. The reason why the sun garnered me truth is because I'm seeking truth. I am truth, right? I am the truth that I seek, right? I am the trust that I seek, right? So the trust that I seek and the truth that I seek has been within me all along. And the truth that aligns me with truth is that sun, right? And many, many different other things. But you still have to come, you still have to move from within. I looked into the sun. That's how I realized I couldn't see. What do you mean? Explain. I looked into the sun. That's how I realized I couldn't see. I'm lost on that one. The sun, that sun. And you know what? When I look into the sun, I can see the disc. I can literally see the disc, the disc of the sun. Once I get my eyes like adjusted to it or what have you, because sometimes it is, it is a piercing feeling sometimes, like, you have to, squint your eyes. But then once your eyes get adjusted, right, you can clearly see that disc. You can see the disc and you can see the illumination that emits from it, right? Yeah. I don't know, you might be, I know this thing is delayed. So that's all I have to say, family, in regards to that. Unity consciousness, the law of oneness, and natural law. There are bids for this plane. Benevolent in nature, but nevertheless, there are bids for this plane. I was rebellious as a kid, always fall programming, ignore me, sis. La, la, la. At 3, I looked in the sky and I cried because when I looked away, I realized I couldn't see. Literally, I've been searching. Yeah, okay. It will. The sun. They say the sun blinds you, right? But they tell you it blinds you. But yes, it temporarily blinds you from the illusion, right? It takes away the illusion. But then the programming gets us right back into the illusion. Absolutely. I always was captivated by the sun, not really knowing, but knowing. I knew something, but I just, because you're so conditioned and fitting the conformities of society and stuff like that. But there is a deeper knowing that knows something, you know what I'm saying? And you move in accordance sometimes, without even thinking. It's just a natural thing. You move in accordance and then you find yourself doing things that is so out of the ordinary from the norm, right? So I used to always look at the sun, and my grandmother used to be like, because she was indoctrinated, she said, will you stop looking at that sun? And then when I ended up having to wear glasses, now I'm prescribed to wear glasses, and I have ever since I was a child, and I don't wear glasses, and I don't wear glasses, right? Because you have to understand that that's an illusion, because what you need to see, and in some ways, I want to see blurred lines in this illusion, because I want, so if you look at it, this reality that I'm in right now with me not having spectacles or wearing spectacles, it's because there was something to remind me that this reality or this illusion is blurred. This is the blurred reality. This is the blurred illusion. So the truth that I need clarity on is not this illusion. And I oftentimes wonder why I would drive and squinch my eyes trying to see, but I would never put on my spectacles. I would never put on my glasses. And I've bought glasses, bought contacts, all of that stuff, and I would never do it. That was money literally down the drain, right? Wait a minute. Yes. Huh? Yeah, go set it up for me. I'm coming. Okay, well, go set it up for me. I'm coming. Oh, Lord, don't do that in my kitchen. Yeah, my family ready for me to go in there and cook, fam. I just jumped on here for a few minutes to really, to just get that out. Hopefully this live will save and you can get the beginning of the live. But we're in some beautiful times. But like I said, with the glasses and everything, I don't wear them, blur vision on this side so that I could see clarity. The true clarity, maybe that's the reason why I never took upon to wear glasses, and I still don't wear glasses to this day, and I have spent money on them and everything, and I don't wear them. So there are things that are within your being to help jar that memory, to get you closer to yourself, especially when you're here and you're on a mission for something. You're going to set little things out that's going to put you in the place that you need to be. Thank you. Unconditional love for real, and shout out to all my brothers and sisters out there that's doing their thing. They're on their journey, they're on their path to an ascension. Salute to you. I respect you guys wholeheartedly. I love you guys immensely. You guys are the bridges that are allowing many of us to get to where we need to be. But that true gate, that real gate to open, is the gate that is within your gate. You're the only one that got the key to it, and then that is really truly going to be the gate that leads you through your pathway of righteousness. We are beautiful, beautiful beings. There is more to us. And another thing that I want to tell you guys, that there is a great understanding about our state and condition under this illusion, under this veil. There is so much love that is, we are so loved. I don't, despite what this illusion is showing in terms of all the turmoil and everything, we are so greatly loved. And I know that they want us to get into the space of the polarities and stuff like that. You gotta have the bad with the good. But where I'm coming from, it's different, fam. I know I sound cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and somebody might say, where the hell this girl, what they call it, pseudo science, or I heard, that was the first I ever heard. That was the other night. I think it's pseudo science, or spreading information that is a detriment. To get away from spreading information that is a detriment, yeah, you hear people talk, I still say go from within, because you're not gonna lie to yourself. You're not gonna lie to yourself if you're really truly moving in the value of moving from truth, right? But yes, you're gonna have some people that understand that it's okay. They're gonna say that you're pseudo, they're gonna say all kind of stuff, but what I call it is, it's a bridge. It's a bridge over troubled waters. We're just moving. We're just connecting our bridges and moving into where we need to be within ourselves, right? But we are truly loved. There's a love vibration that awaits us, that awaits you. That is you, right? You waiting on yourself, if that makes any sense. But then there are also other external aspects and beings that is within the law of oneness that loves us so much. That loves us so much. I can't I can't even explain it. And I oftentimes feel that energy.
To each his own, but like I said, this righteousness is levels to it. Niggas preaching righteousness and they really not.
No, they not.
I'm a very angry person. I curse a lot, and I'll curse a cashier out real quick if she have an attitude over my motherfucking food, and if she treating me like I'm a fucking Negro when I'm her sister, you feel me, or her whatever, you feel me. It depends on what the scenario is. So I'm not gonna act like I'm fully healed, you feel me. But at the end of the day, though, I go around in my community and I show my people love. You know what I'm saying? So.
Your nervous system is not it.
Say this, my nerve,
Yeah,
right? My shit be like this.
spasms. That's one of the symptoms. If you look at the vaccine symptoms, it's spasms.
It's like my nerves, like that.
You trying to move on?
Like,
When I'm about Shalom. Hi, Terry. How are you? Yes, my kids, they hanging around. My brothers done came around. Everybody coming around now because they know that I'm gonna make sure my mama eat. So, and she gotta eat, a certain type of way. So I've been cooking food and stuff like that. So these buzzers, you gonna cook? Because they know I gotta feed my mama. Yes, I'm glad to hear. Oh gosh, that's awesome, Terry. Awesome. Yes. And just know, family, like this space that I'm in right now, it's amazing. It is amazing. I am well, I am well. It's so funny. I'm tired, but I still have energy. I don't know if that makes any sense. So, I guess, with everything that I have to do and stuff like that or whatever, I'm tired, but I still have energy. I know that's like an oxymoron or something, but that's the only way that I can explain it. But it's a beautiful feeling. It's a beautiful feeling. It's a beautiful feeling, and I'm grateful. I am so grateful. I'm thankful, for being in this space. Yeah, I'm grateful and thankful for being in this space. Yeah. Yes. So I'm going to end the live here, family. If you guys get a chance to check out the beginning of the live, if it allows me to upload it, that's awesome. But just know that, unity consciousness, the law of oneness, natural law, right? And in order to get into that space, you have to attract it. You have to attract it. It's not going to violate your free will, right? And violation, and the free will of you, if you're still moving in a space of victim consciousness, superiority, complex, racism, separation, hurt, pain, all of those things that promotes anger, and all of those things that stagnates you from attracting the law of oneness, because you have to relieve yourself of those energies, because you have to look at it that those energies separates you from the oneness, right? Because you're going to find fault, you're going to find something wrong with it, because you're still holding on to an experience that you haven't forgiven, or the experience haven't forgiven you. And forgiveness is very, very powerful, family. Forgiveness is very, very powerful. You can forgive yourself, right? You forgive yourself, first, and then that'll put you in the energy. The forgiveness of self first allows you to develop and make stronger that energetic value, so that you can forgive others, right? You too, Terry. You know I talk with my eyes closed when I'm getting all down into it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh gosh, thank you so much, Terry. I appreciate you. Love you immensely. Gratitude for just, gracing your energy and your presence in this space wholeheartedly. I'm so appreciative of it. Thank you. Oh, he wants to come up. Let's see. I accept it. Hi, peace and
Shabbat,
love.
Shabbat. I just real quick, sis. I just wanted to add to what you just said.
Yes.
Like so true. All facts, of course, we receive from one another. So that is definitely received because it's real. Because forgiveness is, if you want to be forgiven, you gotta forgive.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I discovered today.
Yeah.
All right. So I here recently lost my best friend, my dog.
Oh, okay.
Big boy, right? And me and my family were feeling it. So today I was cleaning up an area where he last was. Namaste. Where he was last laying before he passed. And so I caught the emotion. So as I felt the emotion, I took myself away from the area, and then I went and posted up so that I could absorb the emotion.
Mm-hmm.
So with everything that we're dealing with trouble wise, this was coming to me as I was resting. It doesn't last always. It'll pass. The thing about whatever that may be in your life, it'll pass. It's only temporal, and it's also necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Necessary, family. Because if you're not getting that nudge, are you going to move any further?
Right. It's a stimulated value, right? Mm-hmm.
It's most definitely a stimulated value. It is definitely something that is valuable because though it feels achy to the flesh, it's for the flesh's good so that the spirit may live. So as to get rid of the flesh, right? Deal with the flesh. So what I discovered earlier was about when I felt the emotion of missing my buddy. I just contemplated on him and everything. But then I used that energy at the same time to create.
Absolutely.
1,000. It is to resurrection. We are resurrecting. And even taking off RE, surrecting. Like even reconciliation, consoling. We are consoling. Atone. Atone. This is the month we're in right now, according to the Hebrew calendar. Atone. Atone. We are being atoned. We're being brought back to our Creator in divine oneness.
And oneness, yeah. Divine oneness. And family, please do not take lightly the divinity of who you truly are, because I don't even know if there's words to really express how divine and beautiful you are. I don't even know if there's a word that really can really express the purity of that divinity, to which who you are. You truly are the true self. So, moving in your design, true divinity, your divine state of being, it garners so much. It's just luminous all on its own, in its own state of being. I mean, I don't think people realize how beautiful that they are, we are very.
Well, you know, it's got to be an individual knowing. So you got to be the one to witness it yourself. So each one of these steps that are taking place, these things that you're facing and feeling, they're for you to get to that divine, that kingdom which is within you, the kingdom of God that's within you. So in you, when sister saying how beautiful you are, that's because the only thing that makes us beautiful is our Creator, the Most High. Period. And yeah, we've heard many things, and we've heard people say, well, you know, I'm God. Yeah, he said we were. He said it. But it's only because we're created in his image and likeness, though, that makes us that. But if you don't know this, if we don't know it, then the kingdom's not ours. But this is the way he said it. The kingdom is within. Don't worry. Somebody say it's on the outside. Don't go. That ain't where it's at. It's not over there. He ain't over there. He ain't over there and over there and over there. No, 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 no. He's right here. Inside of you and I. So it's strange to the carnal man because the carnal man and carnal mindedness cannot. He cannot see it. A carnal-minded man cannot receive spiritual things.
And a carnal-minded man is what he's saying about a carnal-minded man. It's what I was saying earlier. Is that 2% access in frequency to our genome, our DNA, right? That keeps you moving in a lower state of being, right? That keeps you looking at the illusion in a way that is more outside of self, more so than within, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
That's we are far more great. But as I was saying earlier, for those who are just coming in, right? They say that 98% of our DNA is junk DNA, and that's not the case. The 98% of our DNA is frequency accessible. And because we were in a frequency that did not garner the access to that 98%, that is why the illusion said that they were dormant. They only had 2%, they only had access to the third dimensional side of us, which is the 2%, to which why we understand this experience in the manner to which we understand the experience. This is why when the frequency of ascension comes into part and unlocks that aspects of your DNA, your awareness becomes greatly different than this state of being, right? So we are far much more grander and greater than that 2% that they had access to which he refers to as the cardinal man, the cardinal mind, the cardinal man that lives in the lower self. We understand that we are far much more greater than that. The very thing that they said that, oh, that, you know, when our access of our DNA get activated and stuff like that, that they are afraid of that, and this is why they administered the hot sauce 19 to stagnate that ability. But that even with that, it's not going to serve itself fruitful, because it is, it's just not, because of who we are, the very 98% that they don't have access to. So the cardinal person would look at the hot sauce 19 and not recognize it for what it is, or the cardinal person would still be in a space of hatred, or still be in a space of superiority, or still be in a space of anger, or still be in a space of victim consciousness. Understand, overstand that all of those spaces are that 2% accessible DNA that this experience has allowed us to experience, because that's all they ever had access to, was that 2%. That other 98 whatever percent that they've been trying to get access to have gone futile. It's not accessible because it's frequency. It's frequency related. It is a higher of ascensional aspect of connection that garners that access to give us a greater sense of awareness, right? There are many different ways of explanation, right? The beautiful soul that is here, the perfect soul that is here has explained it. I've explained it in my way. But guess what? It is the same. It is the same. It says it's garnering the same energy, value, and the frequency for those that are willing to be open to receive it, right? So this is why we should not beat up each other, look at, oh, well, he said it like this and he said it like that. Now we've both said something, right, that is very similar in nature, but we both said it differently, but it still has the same frequency value. The cardinal man, and I explained my version of what the cardinal man looks like, sounds like, is. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm sure somebody else has another way of explanation to explain it. This is what I call bridges, right?
Yeah, man.
These are the bridges to get you to yourself, to the truth of you, right? I'm a bridge. This beautiful, perfect soul here is too also a bridge. There are plethoras of bridges out there to get you to the truth of you. But the most important thing, in my most humblest of opinion, in the humility of my being, is for you to move in your own truth, because that very cardinal access that we've given, that 2% accessibility that they have, that aspect will ascend. That's the only way you're going to ascend, when you go within yourself and no longer allow that 2% accessibility, so that it can garner the ability for you to ascend in your higher state, or the 98% that they say is dormant. It ain't nothing dormant about it.
You
That
know, it's beautiful because when we speak on that aspect, we're speaking from the anatomy sense of things, family.
mm-hmm.
So the anatomy of us, which is we're made of atoms, protons, electrons. We talked about this. So then you have your DNA. There was dormant DNA. Now what happened? Well, there was a systematic way that they pushed us into our subconscious state of being, is where the 2% resided. The part that she's explaining. And they also ascribe it as 3D, three-dimensional, the third dimension. So pushed us from the state we were in long ago, and then through systematic ways put us into our subconscious. So there, that DNA was unbeneficial. It wasn't profitable. It wasn't able to be used or accessed, because we were in such a state of mind, we couldn't even get to it. We were put into a lower state of mind through all the abuse and the continued abuse through the ages amongst one another.
But
So
know that if you garner a different observation, right, then you will garner a different perspective or perception, right?
that,
We are always in observation mode, right? We're always observing. That is the only way that you can come to a perception of anything, is that you are in however, small, great or small, your observation is, right? But you have to observe to give a perception, to get a perception, to garner a perspective, right? So you have the ability to change the observation. You have the ability to look at something and decide that, okay, you're not going to allow it to infiltrate your being, and so therefore you're not giving it any of your energetic value to be manifested into your reality. We have always had that power, and but the observation, we were in the observation, and we agreed with the observation, right? Well, we could have equally disagreed with the observation, no matter how much the illusion presented itself to be real. But that's where we began to lose the momentum, in a sense, and be more into that 2% access that they had access to in frequency. Because we have to understand that it is frequency, it is light codes that allows us to spiritually ascend, right? That's why they block out the sun. That's why the sky look the way that it does, and different things of that nature. And that's why the light codes that we were getting from the food and different things of that nature were modified, right? Because they understood um the light code aspect of our being that garners the access to that quote unquote junk DNA. So there were many different things. There were many different things that could have allowed us to come out of our carnal being, right? But they were circumvented, right? Because it was beneficial to keep us in a slave consciousness, right? That's all this is really true
for
about.
them,
Yeah,
for the system,
for
the system,
for
which
this
we
for
know,
the system, right?
which we know is the prince of the air, who had control of putting this system together. Now we're speaking on the spiritual. So we're going to go from dealing with know thyself, not what's inside of you, but also the anatomy of oneself. How your vessel functions is very important, because as sister is explaining it, that DNA though, that DNA is being processed, because every evening when you rest, your body's rejuvenating itself. This vehicle was created to rejuvenate itself. So when you put particulars, vitamins, nutrients in, it does its job when it's resting, when you're in the rest state. Now your spirit's still moving, but you're still out and about. You may not be conscious of it, but your body is only resting, this vehicle, so it can be rejuvenated for the next day with new protons, electrons, neutrons, brains. You get new brain cells.
Right.
Everything in your entire vessel gets brand new when you rest, especially when you get into one of those real good rests. You go, it goes into a whole cycle all its own through the process. So when we put certain things in, that's both mentally, spiritually, and physically, it affects this vessel. So this is the thing about that spark, sis, that you're speaking on, is that 98%. So when we went through winter solstice, spring equinox, we're dealing with the sun and the moon, family. These are our charges. They charge us both ways, one and the other. One physically, one spiritually. We're being charged. So when the moon is rotating through the air, through the moment, it's just like standing out in the sun when you go to stand out with her. That's what I discovered. So,
And the thing about the moon, the true moon energetically, you may not be able to see it. The true moon, not this moon, in my most humblest of opinion, I should say.
sure.
Not this moon that we're seeing that comes out with the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there is a true moon that the energetic value of that moon still reigns supreme. It's still here, but we're the energy of it is here, but you just cannot see it, right? So but the spiritual discernment of that, you have to tap into that aspect. Like, I had a beautiful soul ask me about, why do I not identify with the moon? It's not that I don't identify with the moon, I just don't identify with that moon, because I understand from a spiritual discernment that is not the true energetic value of our moon, right? That because the true energy of our moon would not have us in this condition, right? Or in a subservitorial aspect of being, right? But this moon does, because it's hijacking that energetic value for your physical vessel, right? For the physical side of you.
Yo, I love this, sis. So look. So that's the way so many things we could tie to this, right? Mm-hmm. So just like reincarnation. Mm-hmm. So it's capturing that and recycling it, the energy, back into the system. Mm-hmm. That's where reincarnation can be tabbed. If we want to tab it there, we could tab it right there. It's just bringing it back. So even and to add to what you're saying, so it's in the way of blocking the true moon, right? Say that, right? So then it's also it's in the way, but when it's positioned a certain way,
always about angles, exactly. That's what's happening right now, right? Like even the sunset and everything, it's all about the angles of light. It's always about the angles of light. So when you see now how the sun is setting it's setting at a different angle of light, right? Even the moon, even the moon now, the fake moon and everything, it has been positioned in angles of the sun, right? Because it is always going to be the sun is the true sun, and then that moon now is being positioned in the same angle, right? The same angle to stay in opposition of the moon. That's the fake moon. The true moon we can't see. Not with these eyes, we can't see, right? So when you're moving in the
Without a telescope.
well, see, and that's the thing. From what I understand, it's a spiritual thing in terms of you can see it in astral projection or in your dreams. Like you can ask for that energetic value to be presented, so that way you will be able to identify it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
and in astral projection, but from this incarnated side, no.
You know, it's such a beautiful thing, because as we continue to travel, it's getting clearer and clearer every single day. So we're getting clarity. It's being clarified for us,
Mm-hmm.
the truth. Because some of these things are important for another time.
Mm-hmm.
So some of these things like that we're speaking on right now is good for another time. Right now, everybody needs to be concentrating on getting within oneself
Right.
and knowing oneself. So that's the primary thing right now. Go inside. You got to get there. And everybody's been traveling here because everybody can still hear. That's why everybody's still here. Those who have ears to hear, they're still here. Those who have eyes to see, they're still here in these conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And receiving more and more and more, because everybody has an aspect, everybody has a piece of the puzzle. So it's no one, when you get to this space in energy, in vibration, in frequency, no one's talking. Everybody is thank you, gratitude, thank you, thanks for the information, thanks for that. What are we talking about now? I may not know everything she just said about this fake moon she's calling it, right? I may not know about that fake moon she's speaking of, but I know a little bit about it. But whatever else I need to know, if spirit wants me to know, it's gonna come to me.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
It's gonna come to me, because then it's gonna come to my mind to go look into it.
Kitchen ready. The kitchen ready.
Uh-huh. Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
They really set up the kitchen for me.
They ready. They ready.
You know, I thought that was gonna buy me some time, right? I'm like, y'all go ahead and set up the kitchen. And you know, I thought I was gonna buy. They really set up the kitchen for me to cook.
You said it. They like buzzards over there. They were motivated.
My whole family is at my house because my mom. I told my mom. I said, don't you get sick no more, because I said they getting the best of the world. And I said, don't you get sick no more. And she started laughing. I said, they coming over here every day because they know you got to eat. They know she got to eat. So I'm cooking every day. I cooked a big old breakfast this morning for them. Now, mind you, I don't even eat half of the stuff. I cooked them salmon croquettes. I cooked grits. I cooked all of that, toast and everything. And awesome. They still want me to come and cook tonight.
Look at this. They definitely waiting.
Boy, well, listen, you heard what she said. The kitchen. Lord, let me go on here.
Hey, look, sis, gratitude.
Gratitude. I love you. I love you, Terry. And as always, gratitude for you gracing the presence of this live. I love you immensely. I love all of you who are here immensely. I'm so grateful for you guys. We are all in this, like I said, you know, myself, Terry, all of the ones, everybody that we run in alignment with, we are all bridges. We are all bridges, right? But to your true destination, which is yourself from within thyself. And I'm just grateful and you know, with the most purest of humility, in a good space to say, you know, thank you for I'm just grateful. I'm grateful every time you grace the presence of this live. I'm just grateful. I'm so grateful for it, and it's a beautiful thing. We the thing about it, the one thing that I love about these lives, it just, for me, at least the ones that I've been a part of, I just feel the love and I feel the unity. It's a beautiful thing. And And that's, you know, that's, and it's so much now. It's when I see, because I tell people about my illuminated trees and stuff like that, and this world that I create in my mind and in my head that I want to see of us. I see us in such beautiful harmony. Like you know, I literally, and I feel it. Like I feel it,
Yeah,
you
man.
know, and
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, man.
and it's a beautiful thing. And I see it when we do these lives. I see it. To me, it's like it's coming together. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? It's like it's coming together.
it's
Yeah.
a real thing, and we're witnesses. We're
Yeah.
witnesses, and for that, I'm grateful for each and every one of you, because each and every one of you are so amazing. Each
Absolutely.
and every one of you are
They
amazing.
are. They are. They
You
are.
all are. We all are amazing.
Yeah.
I'm just amazing, amazing, amazing. And when I first started saying it was because if you at that time, this was years ago, we've been going through this trip,
Mm-hmm.
and you were tuning in and some of the things that were being said. You're amazing for keep on moving, because it's been a serious uncharted water trip,
Yeah.
a journey that no one here has ever been through.
Yeah.
And if you have, we already asked, please talk to us. Let us know if you've been there already. But where we're headed right now, man, that feeling you feeling, sis,
It is.
that jail that you're talking about, sis, is like, because in that space, some will witness it. Some will also witness it, but from another
From
viewpoint.
another viewpoint. Mm-hmm.
Some people are going to witness it from within.
Mm-hmm.
That they're going to be able to witness it from within, and some are going to witness it from without.
Mm-hmm.
Going to observe
I,
those.
mm-hmm.
They're going to observe those who witnessed it within.
Yes. 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 I see my friends coming on here just when I'm about to go in the kitchen. I love
Hey, sis,
y'all.
love,
Love
love,
you
love, love,
guys.
love, sis. Love, love, love.
Love everybody. I gotta get inside, but peace unto you all. May you guys have a magnificent night. You guys are amazing. You are magnificent. You are truly love. I love you. We are one. We are love. And have an amazing night. Until next time, family. I love you guys. Later. Bye, Yolanda. Hi, Yolanda. Bye. I gotta go. All right. Love you guys.
Wow, that's powerful. Thank you for that. Black Magic 363.
What you,
Black
what you say,
Magic
family?
363.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
You ever heard of this dude before? Black Magic 363?
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely.
I'm telling you, every single time I see either my sister Myra Ross or Dr. B Serious, that's my automatic attention right there. I'm telling
Uh-huh.
you, I love listening to him ask questions, because the questions he asks make the people that are teaching, they have to think when they're answering these questions, and I love the whole process of how this whole system is set up.
I love them brothers, bro. I love Black Magic, like, because he bring some esoteric brothers and sisters who got some spiritual knowledge. Like that shit is a good. Like I like the setup that he does, bro. That shit powerful. You get so much knowledge from, and like you cannot be lost out here if you watch that channel, because man, you getting spiritual rituals, you getting incantations. Like the brother just giving all the knowledges out. Just you got to take that shit in. Like I don't understand. We still be complaining about who who is the enemy. Like I understand the level of that, but bro, when you really understand yourself, you have no enemy. I like
I say, and it's funny you say that, right? Because I say this all the time. If you don't
now.
love yourself, you are you're your own enemy.
hmm Now I'm saying that from a dimension that's not the dimension that we in. It's it's like It's a split dimension. Bad and good, black and white, darkness and light. I mean, the different
Hmm.
phrases.
Like yin and yang.
Exactly. Now, when I say you have no enemy, your higher dimensional self knows that you are evil and you are good. Because your higher self, it sees the lower versions of yourself also. This version of yourself is in Midgard. It's in mid-earth. You're in mid-earth. You in a dimension where you in this dimension. Higher dimensions are here in lower dimensions. From this dimension, this dimension are called pocket dimensions. Pocket dimensions are mid dimensions where it's a dimension between good and evil,
Hmm.
right? So this is why within this dimension, what's going on right now, either people finna fall into the lower realms or they finna ascend to their higher realms. They finna become one with a higher self or become one with a lower selves. Because both versions of yourselves are in the lower realms. When we talk about reptilians, a version of you is a reptilian. Now, like, let that sink in. Interdimensionally, a version of you, the soul spirit of you, split in all dimensions. The lower ones, the higher ones, the middle ones, the interdimensional ones, all of them. So you got to understand this evil and wicked stuff. Like, you know, the only reason why you look at it as wicked is because your journey is to ascend. So you're supposed to look at it as wicked because you already descended down there. You already did that work. So for you to not do that other stuff again, you look at it as wicked. No, I can't do that. I have to ascend, right?
Hmm.
Because it's another version of you who haven't learned yet, who still haven't went through this process, who haven't got to Midgard yet.
Hmm.
It's still
It's like
stuck. Mm-hmm.
I'm just reading this comment. It says it's like talking about the Japanese and how they believe in different versions of yourself or of themselves. Yeah, I see exactly how that lines up, and exactly what you were speaking about, the higher and lower dimensions of self existing in one plane. Yeah, I have experiences that correlate and show that, because you can literally be talking to somebody, they can carry this specific kind of energy field within themselves, and you know them to be this kind of person, right? But when you see them operating out of the energy of the lower realm of themselves, you see that both of those are within. It's about what energy field you decide to jump into. Because me, get this, right? Before I came into the community, now I've been on Instagram since about I was 14, 13 or 14. So I've been here a hell of a long time already. But I was inactive for more than 2 years. So when I came back, I was like, okay, when I'm attempting to grow this community, I want to make sure I line my energy up right. So by the time I want to line my energy up to receive things coming my way that's going to offer opportunity for the both of us, right? So the more I line my energy up, the more I come across these different realms of people. I end up coming across this brother, one of the coolest dudes I've met, and I still don't got anything to say bad about him. I will and intend all continues to be well with him, because dude was like cool as hell. But I talked to him for like a month and a half, 2 months, right? And he was just telling me all these different things that he had going on with his family, and we were just discussing different goal plans of how we wanted to do different things, right? And then I had called him one day. Now I didn't look at his story. His story, he was saying that he wasn't trying to sit there and communicate or do none of this extra stuff, right? So he texted me earlier that day, and he's telling me that he wants to do something specific because of the fact that he didn't have any money at the time. So I'm like, okay, well, my name is Nasir, okay? It means helper and one who gives victory to all. I don't care if you ain't asked for it. If you come to me with anything that you need help with, I'm going to send back any solution I feel like is going to be feasible for you if I have the ability to do that. So that's exactly what I did. and he ain't respond. Wasn't trying to necessarily hear what I was saying, right? So then he had called me. Now me, if I'm sitting there up and active, I'm not about to back out of a call, especially if I know that you communicate. The only reason I picked up the call is because dude said he told me the very first moment I met him, one thing that he likes to do with people is communicate, and he will not have any differently than that. And me, I'm a kind of person that I'm not about to sit here and use my words to try and convince you. I'm gonna let my action be the words. You gonna see it and you gonna know it based off of what you see. So I get on the phone with him, right? And I can easily see that his energy, the energy that I felt every single day that I spoke to him versus that one day, I could feel the shift in his energy being far different than it was. So I already knew from that standpoint, okay, his energy's off. So you might want to make sure you know exactly how you're communicating. And the only reason I do that for myself is because when I'm speaking to a reflection of myself and then I see that they're going through things, but then want to try and project that back onto you, then especially when they come with yelling, calling names and all of this stuff, I'm going to sit here and communicate. I don't care if you yelling at me, calling me names, you could be doing all of that extra over the phone. First of all, I know you ain't going to do that to my face. Second of all, I'm not about to try and match your energy, especially if I know that you got going. If I know you have stuff going on in your own life, why would I try and match your energy when you need healing energy?
Because two wrongs don't make a right. That
No, two
means
wrongs definitely don't make it right.
two negative frequencies only create another negative frequency. So if somebody yells at you and you respond by yelling at them, it's just going to create more tension of yelling. Now, if somebody and another person is receptive, like, okay, the other person, there's no energy input, so they have they can't yell at no more because he's not getting that reaction of, you know what I'm saying, that. So that's how you neutralize someone's energy. Just don't give them the same energy back.
Yeah, just definitely give them the same energy back. You want me to tell you one thing I realized about that? When
Situation
you don't
always an energy exchange. So you feed off negative. How anger builds up is I yell at you. You yell at me. My anger builds up. This is how it amplifies. You just gave me energy, literally. Certain mystic people do this just to get energy. They will trigger you, like say something mean about you and get you to say something mean to me because the emotional energy in emotions is powerful. So they take that in and they can use that. You see what I'm saying? So,
see what you're saying, bro. I experience what you're saying, so I know wholeheartedly. Look, so many ways around it. When you live in a house with 15 people, especially in now's time, you're gonna learn a hell of a lot about the differing energy fields because not one person in our household is exactly alike. So it's like you learn how to deal with all kinds of people in a sense. Not like all kinds of people because you ain't meet all kinds of people, but you get to deal with these different energy fields when they are and are not going through certain things. But back to what I was saying a few minutes ago about the other dude, right? He's sitting there yelling at me, calling me all these different names and everything, and exactly how I'm sitting here communicating with you is exactly how I'm communicating with him. Worst part about it was, but it's the best part on my part, but kind of the worst on his. I even assisted him with, I pulled out my calculator and I showed him based off of what he was doing, how he could easily make 7,500 if he decided to follow through on that. So he was not trying to hear that even at least. So he just kept on yelling back. I'm like, okay, look, you can't communicate. So I'm going to be on my way now. This dude, I'm telling you, when I got off the phone with him, he sent about 4 or 5 different voice messages, all 1 minute long, and started sending these long text messages. By the time somebody does that, I'm like, okay, they're just trying to get you, they're just trying to draw their energy. So I ended up, what's good, how you feel? So I ended up just distancing myself away from that whole situation. And I was grateful I was aware during that situation because I'm telling you, I had to learn emotional detachment on many more levels because I care for my family, they care for me. But when you know that somebody cares for you and their words have a certain effect on you, even when you know it's not true for yourself, that for me is when I had found that I had that kind of emotional attachment. So this right here, that situation happened after I was like, okay, emotional detachment is what really needs to happen for me. Because I'm not trying to attach myself emotionally to
It's
somebody
like
who's not
it's
real.
like the universe give it to you because nothing is hidden from you. So when you have negative events, it's a message in there. But when you get distorted by it, you don't see the message within that. You see what I'm saying? So like gratitude for negative situations. Like
Your hair grew since the last time I saw you. My bad, bro. I was not trying to cut you off. But yeah,
hold
your
on,
hair grew since the last time I even seen you.
I think the last time was before I even went to Honduras. Was it? No, it was during when I was in Honduras.
hey, hold on, I gotta use your
Yeah, around the time when I was trying to get some shark oil, I'm
Oh,
still,
bro, I was trying to get that, but I was so busy because my mom was trying to do a project in Honduras, and then we had to do the thing with the farmland in Honduras, and then and then the drama I couldn't like. But I was in that city, but I was in the city, and I was
Hey,
like,
yo, I'm
oh.
getting a phone call, right? So I'm
Mhm.
gonna have to tap out of this live, but I'm gonna tap back in with y'all because Aguri, I want to dialogue with you in the future, but I gotta go ahead and go now. But we definitely gonna get this situation set all the way up. Peace and love be upon you all.
Okay, bye. So what am I supposed to do with this live? Because now I'm alone.
my fault, my dang, I
Oh,
ain't know.
all right.
One love, peace. I forgot he had to do. Yeah, man. You always welcome, family. You can come in at any time. Anybody else want to come in, y'all can come in. We speak on the power of consciousness. One love, goddess. You know, this shit get wicked. We were speaking on different versions of yourself. You know, parallel universes, alternate expressions of yourselves. This is what they don't want you to understand. You fuck around, you can meet you can meet the other version of yourself. She gonna be weird, but because it's nothing like you. It's
Oh, like
version.
my higher self.
Huh?
Oh, like my higher self.
Not like your higher self. Like your higher self is in every version of yourself, but like different version of yourself is like, okay, so you see how the character that you are is trying to ascend to your higher self.
Mm-hmm.
You have different characters like this person who on different worlds like this. Okay, so like damn it, hold on, like different worlds like that.
Mm.
It's many different Earth. You know, you watch the movies, they talk about Earth 2, Earth 1, Earth 15. When they say that,
I don't really
now,
watch like scientific stuff. I watch like cringy romance, but that's not the point here. That's not the point. Sorry, keep going.
you know, I watch cringy romantic. But if you if you ever watch, you know what I'm saying, certain movies like that, they always talk about Earth 2, Earth 1. Those are alternate Earth planets, right? So what's your favorite food?
Plantains. Plantains, like, basically it really depends how I feel. Okay, but like plantains. Sorry.
So you
But
say
but the way like you're talking about like different, like, just like different sides of yourself, it kind of reminded me because in class, cause I'm in high school, but like in class, like we'd be talking about like the Japanese and how they believe like there's different sides of themselves. Because a lot of Asian, like just Asian countries, they believe in that stuff, and how, especially when it comes to their spirituality, like Buddhism, Taoism. Like if you really look into that, like you will really see like you can connect the stuff with that. You know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to add that. But
that's what these scientists, that's where they get it from. They get it from the mystics. They get it from the monks. They get it from our brothers and sisters who still in their traditional ways. So they like, how can it be possible? They're like, it is possible, but let's put it in a scientific aspect. That all they're doing is putting it in a scientific aspect.
So when they talk about dark matter, that's nothing but the ether that connects everything, all the dimensions together, all the alternate universes, all other parallel universes, higher realms, lower realms. That's what they talk about, that invisible energy that connects everything. One love, family, one love.
But yeah, that's what I was like. Yeah, I definitely agree to that. Sorry, I'm taking all this information in, and
Oh no,
like,
you good.
like you just
You
giving
gotta
out like
process
so much information. I'm just trying to take it all
it.
in. Like, I'm trying to process it
You gotta process it.
because
And the reason why I asked you what was your favorite food is because another version of yourself, that's it. That's nasty. You don't like that. That's disgusting. You see, it's like a total opposite. Okay, so I like blueberries. I like eating fruits and stuff. I like kind of eating healthy. Another version of myself eats meat every day. Ribs, turkey. I ain't got nothing against nobody that eat meat, but I'm just saying the opposite, the different alternate parallels and shit. Like it's so crazy, you know. Um, this shit deep, man. You all this is with consciousness, you know. You don't need to build no fucking UFO rocket ship. You don't need to do none of that. You travel dimensionally with your consciousness, interdimensional conscious remote viewing type of shit. You know what I'm saying? You travel every night. They not telling you this though. If I tell you that you're traveling every night, you're going to look at like you're not going to look at me as a higher being or like the king or queen. You're not going to look at me as the queen of the world. Like, you know, Queen Elizabeth. If Queen Elizabeth was to tell you that you get out your body every night and you go to different dimensions, you're going to look at her like, what are you hierarchy of? The material world? Like, because I leave every night. I don't even be here.
mm-hmm. You know what they're trying to do? You know what the government's trying to do? Because I remember seeing this in an episode a long time ago. I think they created the Simpsons, but it wasn't the Simpsons. So basically, they were saying like showing a video saying like how they try to put ads into your dreams so you can buy stuff, so they can control you to buy things. And I was like, what? And you know, I was a kid back then. Like I was probably like 12 or 11. I was like, you know, and like even in literally my counselor's office, I cannot make this up. There's a thing says like something about behavior of the matrix. I cannot make that. I was like, what? Every time I look at it, I was like, what is going on here?
You know how they do it? I'm going to give you an example. What is a computer the reflection of?
You?
Yeah, the human brain, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happens when you put algorithms into a computer?
It makes it, well, basically, since it comes from the human brain, it basically it kind of makes its own thing. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I implant thoughts in your head. That's an algorithm. You're not nothing. You hate yourself. Hate yourself. Now, if the computer interprets the algorithm and creates a language, a program, you're going to live in the reality of hating yourself. So what society has done was molded human brains to become programmable. So when we was younger, we see this shit on the movie, we see this shit on the TV, and then somebody trying to go pick up a gun and trying to actually go shoot somebody.
Mm-hmm.
That's called television programming. Channels, frequencies. You got to change the channel. You channeling energy, channeling frequencies. See what I'm saying? All of the TV is made from the mind. everything that's outside of you has to be made from your mind to resonate with you. You know what I'm saying? Just like when you see the trees, look at the vagus nerve inside your body. It looks exactly like the trees. The vagus, you see what I'm saying? Everything is a reflection of your mind. So it's called human programming, right?
Mm-hmm. And I
What
definitely agree. Sorry.
what you was gonna say, guys? My fault.
Oh,
I'll be talking to you.
no, that's fine. I definitely agree with that. Even when it comes to music, like you can tell by the way people, like how they walk, how they talk, it comes from the music. Especially, let me tell you, with that drill music, you can tell. I be telling my brother, I'm like, your body. Or say my brother's real name, but like I be telling my brother, like, hey, you shouldn't listen to that. You shouldn't listen. That's very low vibrate. Oh no, you don't know nothing. Okay, I don't know nothing. Now you want to wear Nike. Now you want to buy all these things.
It's programming.
That's
All
not like.
all this shit is programmable. Music is so, oh my God. Music is so programmable, man. If you wanna, I'm not a manipulator. Study reverse psychology. If you ever want to, I'm just giving an example. All right. So if
No,
you
no,
have,
I'm listening to you. My
I know you good,
now my
but if
sibling
you
is
have
here.
like,
Say hello, everybody.
one love, family.
He's
But if
wearing
you
a
have, you and you invite them to your house,
Hmm?
the music that you play, let's say if you play some blues, the energetic frequency neutralize the atmosphere. So when they come into your house, they're breathing in that frequency of blues. It settles their body. They get in a more relaxed state. They more receptive to what you're speaking on. Now I don't do this manipulative reverse psychology thing, but it's the power of music. You see what I'm saying? Messages ride on music. So I love you can get rides on the message of ooh, like a frequency. Like when we hear these frequency, ooh, there's light codes. Those are it's codes inside the music to penetrate you. How I can penetrate your aura field, I turn on music. The moment I turn on music, your cells start vibrating. You know what I'm saying? It starts to instantly start to absorb, and it's just powerful. So this is why we did our rituals
Mm-hmm.
when we with the play with the drums and shit like that.
Actually,
Like
I still do that. My coach still does that. They
y'all
still
still
do
do that?
basically because basically I'm Ghanifuna is Afro indigenous, and we came from the Caribbean, but we got exiled because we were we were like this. I cannot make this up. We were black, and but they exiled us
What
because we were too black.
what
And
Caribbean island?
hmm?
What Caribbean island?
Saint Vincent. But then we went to Honduras, and then we went to Belize, and then we went to all different types of places. But oh my God, here's my mom. Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you good? You good?
I'm so sorry. That's embarrassing. But so what we have so when it comes to the ancestors, we do the spiritual ritual. Every year when someone dies, we have to do a spiritual ritual every like few months, and then when it comes to the year, they come basically become unofficial ancestor. But back then, what
Mm-hmm.
people used to do when they used to get sick, they used to have the drums, and they used to do it in front of their house and make them come out and dance because it'll
Mm-hmm.
be grounding. It's grounding yourself. Like literally, music is therapy. Music is like it can heal you. It can heal you. It can literally heal you, and like it's just like people here, at least like in the US, like they don't get that, and they don't get that, like they don't absorb that information, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
They take it for granted. They don't understand it to
biological, chemical level. Like what you speaking on with the music is so esoteric because, you know, like you saying, playing the drums and making someone come out and dance when they was just laying down sick, you know what I'm saying? And that goes to show you that, okay, doctors today, to do surgery, they cut open the body and rip tissues. Ancient technology that we used to do use lasers or vibrations that sent vibrations to the skin that actually disintegrated whatever was negative inside your body. So to really heal someone, you have to go on a subtle level of frequencies and vibrations. Yes, you can eat fruit, like you can eat good and things like that. But if you're not in that meditative state and you're not listening to them frequencies to program your mind right, you can eat whatever you want. You can eat the vegetables, the fruits. It's vegans who not even connected to this type of thing that we talk about. A billion of vegans. People think when you go vegan, you pick up on energetic knowledge. No, you don't. And I want everybody to understand that. No, you do not. You do not. I don't care what you eat. You can go to South America, which I do want to go and go get me a little fruit from the Amazon rainforest. You know, this goddamn fruit in North America, but you could go. I mean, you can go to the Amazon rainforest, go get you a little good fruit. It probably be good. It probably make you feel good and shit. That ain't finna get you. You ain't finna get spiritual off that.
Mm-hmm.
It's consciousness for you to expand spiritually. I know someone who eats meat all day, and this brother be saying some shit that I'll be like, whoa, what? Dang, I ain't think about that. Huh? So I'm like, why is this meat not beating this nigga consciousness up?
Mm-hmm. But the thing is, when
And
it comes to, sorry, but when it comes to,
good.
back then, before, like, we have, I'm gonna say it wrong, but we have the privilege. Oh, I said it right. The privilege to eat whatever we want, right? We have the privilege. Back then, they would just eat what they could find. And people now, they don't really understand that, because yes, fruits and vegetables are higher vibrational, but in the U.S. is it higher vibrational here? Because every food is the same vibration. To be honest with you, unless you
Not in the U.S. All the forests from South America to Nova Scotia. When these invaders came over here, like some of your ancestors originally came from the Caribbean islands. All right, so I'm gonna give an example. When Christopher Columbus came over here, he first came to the Caribbean islands. And what did he report? He said he seen black Indians. He seen dark melanated Indians, right? When he was coming to North America and South America, they was tripping over fruit and vegetables, like tripping over them motherfuckers. You know,
Yep.
they was everywhere.
I can definitely because in the United States back then, there's a company called the United Fruit Company. This was during the 1920s. This is like from my ancestry and just from my know. People would sell so many bananas from Honduras. It was literally, the bananas used to be floating on the ocean. That's how much bananas it was. Because people don't understand. Like, I try to explain to people over there too. Outside the U.S. is rich. It's wealthy. It's wealthy. What do we have? Especially up north, there's nothing up here. You can't grow anything. You can't.
It's like basically the USA is it's the American dream, right? This the American dream. You ain't no farmer over here, motherfucker. You ain't finna grow your own forest. There ain't none of that over here.
because what happened, North America was a great forest. It was a great rainforest, you know what I'm saying? Like hella fruit, you know? But what happened was certain tribes agreed for certain tribes agreed for this new world order weird stuff. So other tribes start beefing, motherfuckers start cutting down forests because we was protectors of the forest. You couldn't get to the forest unless you went through a tribe and you told them why you going through that forest, what you finna go get, and what spirit you finna talk to, type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Because when we talk about different gods, we just name the waters, the water god, the sky god, because the beneficial elements from that. So, you know, we destroyed our own environment due to war and havoc. Now we understand that barbaric behavior, but we have to understand what we did too. You know, we agreed to this shit. We helped them go into certain locations where to cut down forests and use them for trees and start building and stuff like that because, you know, they didn't know directions. So who gave these people directions? Who gave these foreign invaders? How did they know the route over here?
Some people just said apparently they just like
Yeah, apparently
he made the mistake. You know what I mean?
Get to India, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were trying to get to India. He just flew here from the waterways. You see, and what happened was Christopher Columbus is actually a black conquistador.
He's black?
Yeah.
Like Moor? Like he's a Moor?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The Moors came over here because the Europeans, they didn't know the routes. So when the Europeans were telling the Moors convert to Christianity, that's when they spread it. Okay, let's go across there because we can't get across there without y'all know them. You know what I'm saying? We knew the Europeans, but we didn't have no communication with them like that. So they manipulated us basically.
That makes total sense because actually back
certain tribes was communicating with the black conquistadors too, so it was easier for them to come in.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Columbus never made it to the U.S. I think he went to the Caribbean. I think DR or Haiti.
Yeah, he went to the Caribbean islands, right? When he went to the Caribbean islands, he took the slave trade is in reverse. He took melanated Indians to Spain, Portugal. Look at the Native American slave trade. American Indians, black Indians, was traded and sent to West Africa, was sent to Spain, Portugal, Europe, right? It was Native American in like the 1600s because Christopher Columbus, which is not his real name, he was taking Indians over there when he first came to Caribbean islands.
Excuse me. Actually, I think that's why Haiti is so flat. Cause I seen a picture of Haiti. Cause my dad went to Haiti one time, and it was just so flat. I'm like, where's the mountains at? Cause like where's the mountains at? It's so flat. It's so like Haiti's so flat. Like from what I seen, just the photos from my dad sent a long time ago, it's flat.
And you know how Haiti they have their rituals and different things like that. You see, like that tradition is still there a little bit. Now, a lot of people like they came from Africa. They did not come from. Okay, what we have to understand is the traditions that's in the Caribbean islands It's our natural tradition. We lost that over here in North America because we went to war. So when you're looking at Haiti and you see them doing their rituals and their initiations, that did not come from Africa. We had our own thing. We did have, that is our brothers and sisters. We had communications with our brothers and sisters over there in Africa, but we had our own traditions too, type of shit. The Oguns, the Oshun, those do not just come from Africa type of shit. Certain Africans go to the Caribbean islands because they resonate with the tradition over there. You know what I'm saying? They resonate with it.
Cause I know like just like low like I know like when some Caribbeans with like even like with Cubans, they literally have a whole community of the Europe. What do you call? They're from Nigeria. The Euro people. The European. I don't know. It's called like the European or I don't know. But it's a certain tribe in Nigeria. It's a lot of people. It's a lot.
You talking about
Yoruba?
The Yoruba people?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Like people, like I saw this document. They said like the Africans got rid of them because they party too much. But what if when they were No, I cannot make this up. But like I was like, but when you party, you connect to like spirits very, very quickly. Bad or good. And the way that they used to hello, but the way that they used to do their parties and their rituals, you know, they will help improve the civilization of Africa. So I'm like, why would you? I feel like they got manipulated, and they're like, all right, this is the most people here, so let's get rid of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yup. What are you talking about? You talking about the Yorubas in Nigeria?
Yeah.
And they coming up here? Yeah, and you see a lot of Nigerian communities in the Caribbean islands because, you know, shit like that was happening. In North America, the tradition, you can't really find it. You go to Jamaica, it's just blissful. The air, you don't even have to see the tradition. The air over there is just, you can breathe in the air. Back home, you know what I'm saying? Now, this is home, you know, in North America. It's a concrete jungle.
Yep.
Why do you think they call it a concrete jungle? Because this actually used to be a jungle.
That's what you know what? That's what they're trying to do with Central and South America.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're trying to do to the Amazon rainforest. They're trying to completely deforest it.
That's what I'm like saying.
Because they already deforest some of our jungles, most of the jungles over here in North America. That's why in North America, it's gonna like people see shit that's going on around the world. It's gonna be worse here because so many trees was cut down and made for a concrete jungle. When Mother Earth creates balance, it's gonna be destructive because she got to balance itself back out.
I feel like America gonna be more affected by this because we the most indoctrinated, if you think about it, compared to other countries and shit, to a certain extent.
Even China, like barely China does that, and they're like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, yeah.
Look, they still got the jungle there. When you look at the places that's more indoctrinated, the trees are gone. The connection to the trees is your ancestors' blood runs through the trees. If I cut it down the tree, it's like cutting the center of your hair. Right? That's what it is.
Hey, you know what's crazy? Like, shoot, I forgot what I was gonna say. But like when he was talking about It's like cutting like the root of your hair. And like when people are saying like that's the extent of your ancestors, in Jamaica, in certain well, not even well, specifically Jamaica, but in traditions, when the woman gives birth, the what's it called, the plasma, they take it and bury it with the tree, and while the child grows, the tree also grows.
The placenta.
Yeah,
You
the placenta. Thank you.
you good. You know what you're talking about. It's just be hard to like put that shit in like trans words. Like it be higher frequency shit. You be trying to explain, bring it to this third dimension. That shit be
Someone says
hard.
it all starts with the womb, and that's true.
You're in. Yeah. We in a room. We finna Mother Earth is giving birth to the fifth dimension.
Yeah.
That's why your third dimensional body is dying. That's why people is feeling these weird feelings, because you're dying.
Yeah, because this past what I'll say maybe this past month, I've been feeling weird as hell. Like weird, man. But I know this shit all a process though.
You just gotta, like they show you in these science fiction movies how certain beings with power, their bones start to break. You got a whole bunch of bones in your body. Every bone in your body has to break because it has to create a new body. Now, this happens in pregnancy also because you're bringing another being. You're bringing a fifth dimensional being to a third dimensional. Well, not even fifth dimensional. Like a 12. Because really, you didn't come from the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, or 11th dimension. You came from a 0 point consciousness. That's where all dimensions exist, right? So this breaking of the bones happens in pregnancy also because you're pulling a higher frequency being, and your bones have to redirect itself to be able to carry this frequency inside your womb. Now, when your third dimensional body is dying and your fifth dimensional body is resurrected, shit like that happens. I'm not saying that motherfuckers' bones are going to be breaking. Certain people who are very sensitive, they can actually feel every bone breaking type of shit because they hella sensitive to their body, like me type of shit. I'm hella sensitive. When I detox, I can actually feel this bone like deforming. When I detox, it's this bone right here in my solar plexus. That motherfucker be like deforming to a. It should be hurting like a body. Like, damn, that's what be stopping me from detox. I be like, every time I detox, my bones get deformed. I'm like, oh.
If you
Originally was okay about like the whole birth situation. I feel like that's facts because
I haven't blocked him yet, but I have followed.
I don't know if I don't know anything. I'll have to have that relationship with God for a little bit. Sun gazing and bliss in heaven, but I'm still a slave just like y'all, and I have to take some of my time. And it's like a fraction of me is still a slave, just like a fraction of y'all might be still slaves, and it costs me a certain amount of time. Taken away from the blissful communications with God, just to hear God say things in a fragmented way to me, because it's all God, right? But I have to hear it in a fragmented way, not like he has to speak to me in words rather than just singing to me with the birds and the bees. You know what I mean? So I had to take that time to like kind of have that digress God, and so that I can spill it out to y'all as well.
And so I noticed that I feel like you were saying patriot, and I feel like when you're saying patriot for like me and you or anything, where that applies, it's like how willing are we to martyr ourselves and to devalue our own selves to raise people up? And that's weird. That's like taking a step down to pick somebody up. It's like the same principles going on here.
now we really do not know what they really go through to be who they are, if you want to put it like that.
Right.
Yeah. Anybody could like put on some makeup or be a rapper. You can make anybody a rapper. You can make anybody a singer. But then, what does it take to get that? What does it take to do that? You know.
Right. You're right.
And I think we just judge them on when they have these public breakdowns and not see it might have been some stuff leading up for months and months and months, and finally it just snapped. You know, we have people that we can go and talk to. We have people that we can go and tell our secrets or tell somebody to. They don't have that because they don't know who there for them because they're there for them or there for them because they got all this money.
Yeah, but look at what the industry is promoting now. Look at what
Mm-hmm.
I find it interesting, like, because me and my friend was like on another live, and we were talking
Yeah.
about she a girl, and she was like Blueface, how he treat that girl. She was
Oh,
telling
I
me
was
like,
just talking about that earlier. I was
yeah,
just talking about that earlier. Yeah.
my friend was telling me like, this is my friend, like she's a girl, like I always talk to her on
Mm,
the live, and she was like, I would never be in that position where that girl Blueface is. Like she said, I could never let no man treat me like that. And I was like,
yeah.
so what happened to her? She was like, some of these girls, they got like, they will just sell their soul to the devil just for because that man got money. And I was like, are you serious? They get
No,
a
when it come down to her, that girl really love that man.
you
Because if
better
you
love
look at
that
the
man to
kind of
go through all
rapper,
that
just look at the
shit, to
kind
go
of
through all
rapper
that. You
that
better love that
Blueface
man,
is.
right? And
Yeah, just
balance
look
it
at the
out.
kind of just look at the kind of rapper Blueface is. We might think he got money, but Blueface don't got no money.
No, he's
Just
not
look
big
at
like
his
you
sales.
know.
Yeah, so if he don't got that kind of money to make a girl act like that, you get what I'm saying? So no, she actually loves him, and it's gonna be too late, and he not gonna notice that until it's too late that he got somebody who actually love him for who he is, and not for the persona that he giving to the world. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's not no Ike and Tina Turner story. How?
Yeah.
No way.
No, cause she actually be beating him up when you see the marks. So you see how he be looking.
Yeah.
Like I'm not laughing because it's not funny, but I'm just saying if you see how he looks, she be beating him up.
Yo, yeah, but you got to look at the history of what happened. Cause
Mm-hmm.
I was like one night I was like fooling around on my laptop, and a whole interview came up, and this other blogger she actually interviewed his mother, and his mother, like, it was weird because the people in the chat, and I was saying in the chat, like the mom was like trying to like excuse the behavior in a type of way, like coddling him, and the lady that was
Yeah.
interviewing her was like, why don't you like say anything to him? And she was like basically like making excuses because his father wasn't there home. But the lady that was interviewing her was like, it's no excuse. Even if his father was like in jail or, in the
Mm-hmm.
street, you should have still had some male figure. And this is why your son is acting away. Because the lady that interviewed her said, you coddle him. You let this boy continue doing this to this woman because you a woman. She told her straight up,
Yep.
you a woman. And the mother got
Mm-hmm.
real offended. The mother got real offended, and the lady was like, well, take a breather, and she continued talking, but she coddled him. The mother
Yeah.
literally coddled him to do this to women, and she got
Mm-hmm.
mad.
Yep.
Like my mom would have put me out if I even put my hands on a woman. Like my mom would have kicked me out
Yeah.
the house for that shit.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't know, just some mother and son relationship is weird to me. I'm just gonna say that.
Because they don't got no discipline no more.
Yeah.
Like my mom had
It's,
discipline. The kid didn't
mm,
help before the street lights.
yeah.
This is these kids. Not saying all of them, but a lot of these kids are entitled, especially with
Yeah.
technology.
Yeah,
Technology
that's
is what
true.
because technology made them lazy because now they don't have to go out. Like when you go outside, you don't even see kids at the park no more. They all in the
Yeah,
house
that's
playing
true.
video games or on the internet. It's like technology took over everything.
Yep, that's true.
You know, that's
Yeah.
why some people you gotta like get into your energy and go outside for at least like a couple minutes in the house all day, just being a
Yeah.
couch potato.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. But now the kids is watching kids on YouTube play or watching them open up toys. That's the new thing. I was outside when I was a kid.
I was
Like
outside.
outside. Yeah,
I was
that's when I
playing
was
wild.
outside.
I was getting into mad stuff outside.
Yeah.
Because outside was always fun because it was older people outside having fun.
Yeah, but don't nobody really be outside now. That's probably what it is.
Right. Because people be
Mm-hmm.
nervous. Even when they had the pandemic, I was still outside when the pandemic was happening. I was like, I'm not staying inside. You can go outside. It's all just all just lies and propaganda. How they try to make you live in fear.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, so you just gotta just do your research and just pay attention to everything that's going on, because it's a lot of narratives being pushed and propaganda. You could always know your truth, and that's what I know mine, and that's why I just watch and just don't say too much. Just be observing.
Yep. Yeah, she said now men protect kids, now women only some when it should be everyone. Yeah, that's true. Watch my hands.
Right.
Mm-mm-mm-mm. And
Right.
then so many people live for social media now. It's like
Of
no
course.
one's real.
Of
No
course.
one's real at all. They just like, did y'all hear about that YouTube? What was a YouTube couple that faked like they were stuck in that flooding in Florida?
I remember
And
that.
yeah,
Now
and
I
turned
remember
out they
that.
was lying like that. That's crazy. You know how many people lost their homes, lost
Hmm.
their lives, you know? And so people love to talk online and don't do no action outside. Yeah, that's true.
That's the truth. That's what they all doing. They
Mm-hmm.
don't do
Yep.
nothing. They don't do nothing but just keep talking on social media. And what did you do for the people in the real world? Nothing. Nobody in the real world.
Yep, that's true.
They
Hey,
don't do nothing.
y'all think Troy Lanez really shot Megan Thee Stallion?
They don't. It's their first time. Where he's an AI. He's kind of they're all kind of programmed to wake up and ask questions. However, they get stuck in these loops, and they just get used to these loops. And everybody's in this video game living in their loops. But then this free guy one day something breaks his program a little bit, and it's like, hold on, that wasn't supposed to happen. And he does different stuff, and he keeps doing different stuff, and he's doing so many different things that he's no longer considered a bot. They're like, dude, this guy's alive. And it's like we're the living dead. They consider us bots until we're alive. When you do this paperwork, when you start getting into the things that we talk about, you start getting into the deep like codes and rules of how this government works. They're not mad at you. They don't hate on you. They're waiting for people like us to fucking get it all the way. Bro, they don't know what to do. They got this stuff from us. They got this stuff from people like us. You know what I'm saying? Now they got the power, but they don't really have the magic like that.
Right.
Because they have pure hearts or pure intent. They're missing a piece. They're on a what you would call a Luciferic ascension route, which is where they don't care about anybody but them. As long as they save their souls, that's fine. Whatever. That's Luciferic ascension route is more towards nothingness. Where we're on a Christic ascension route, which is where we're out here connecting to people, connecting with ourselves, and we're looking at the all as us, rather than just trying to turn it into nothing and just be nothing again. We're ready to embrace infinity. And so our infinite us, the version of you that experiences infinity, that's your baseline reality. You know it's baseline reality because that's connected to all alternate realities. So you want to get back to your infinite reality, which is where you're in nirvana, where you wake up, where we all evolve. All of us want to get here. And this is the ushering and the dawning of the solar age or the golden age. And this is how it works. So we're bots, bro, very much so. And we're going back to baseline reality. When we get to our baseline reality, everybody else we deal with is also in baseline reality. So we'll all be gods. Until then, you're experiencing bots all everywhere else. We're all bots until then, and it's just who's going the right way and who's going the wrong way. You know, who's going away from infinity and who's going closer towards it. So when you see us waking up on a Christic ascension, we're going towards baseline reality. We're going back to it. People on another reality, they want to create their own reality where none of y'all niggas is here. And that's the Luciferic ascension. And so both of them are valid. And both of them, because one exists, the other has to. So, you know, it's not to say any's right or wrong. They just both exist. And
Yeah.
I'm noting that we can't even really care about how they feel too much. It's weird. It's weird. It's a mix between simulation and a not. Because you see these bots, but you have to know that they are connected to baseline reality. So you can't go around treating everybody like any which way either. You see what I'm saying? So all of this, I put it together, the whole multi-dimension, this and that. It's only 3 dimensions, and then they repeat themselves. And after you repeat the same 3 dimensions 4 times, you don't need to do it anymore. You know, you get it's. I mean, I'm not going to throw everything on you right now, but these are new things that I got that are all connected. And it all has to do with reactivating our DNA, our 12 DNA strands. And it has everything to do with a Christic ascension and knowing if that's what you want to do or not. Because some people will choose a Luciferic ascension. I'm not here for everybody. Like, no, I'm here for everybody because I'm choosing that path. But ultimately, what they do is what they do. I have to get to baseline. I can't control what anybody does. I don't even give a damn. Y'all could be the most worst enemy ever. I'm like, why am I doing this to myself? Let me get back to baseline. I shouldn't even be spending time here. I'm supposed to be doing this. I'm tripping anyway. Right. You know, so
our IQ and making sure that we're competent is just so much more worth it to take it because nobody's going to be able to do this for us. You know, so you only argue with people because you want their help in actuality. That's the only reason you would ever argue with anyone is because you really want their help. But you got to really come to the understanding that your competency is going to be your threshold. That's Christ. That's Lord. You know what I mean? Like he was saying, the 3 is all there is. Yeah, that's the Holy Trinity. From there, you know, the more you cultivate that, you get the 4-leaf clover, you get luck. From there, you get the 5-leaf clover, which is ether, you know, or what some people call the devil, because it seems like you can take control over the world, you know. But that starts off with the basics of the Holy Trinity, you know, king, queen, child, mother, father, son, or child, right? You know, it's chi for child, ki for king, ki for queen, qi for queen, right? It really goes down to the basics, but from there you cultivate more and more of that relationship with the Trinity, and then boom, you just keep on going up and up and up. But you know, like nobody's gonna do it for you, y'all. Like you
did it again, bro. I freaked out and I made like crazy fucking divine notes again today, bro. Like weird shit. I wrote a couple numbers, ended up being some major shit again. And this one started off with me just writing 369. Then underneath that I wrote 258. And after that I wrote 147. And I thought of it like this. I said, okay, well, 1, 2, 3. So after 3, if 3 is a reality, every 3 is a reality, well then let me just say that if 3, 6, and 9 are all 3s, well then 2, 5, and 8 would be all 2s. And then 1, 4s, and 7s would be all 1s. Okay, all right, so interesting. And so what I found was that they're all doing the same thing, just in a different fractal level, which is the point of the decimal. The decimal, you can have a value of 10, but that invisible decimal and the 0 behind it, the infinite womb and infinite potential, but that 0 right there, you know, that's always right there. If you move that 0 left or right, it's pretty much the same number. It's just a different fractal view of that same number. So this is why you can just assume the universe is only repeating itself. You know, it's cycles. So we know that. There's only 1, 3, 6, 9, 2, 5, 8, 1, 4, 7, which is just 3, 3, 3. Right? And so what I figured out was that 1, 4, and 7 is consciousness itself. 1, 4, and 7 represent the construct, the conscious, you know, whatever this conducive, and it's going from 0 to 1. So 0 being literally nothing. So 0 being a void space, a null point. It's a womb. It's nothing but potential energy. It's all potential. It's no energy, all potential.
You pretty much silence is the loudest tone, the loudest sound. So yeah, it's potential for anything.
Yeah, so that's going to be your 0 point. 0 point, and this is where we make a death into another fractal level of the same things. So this is when you go to sleep, you go back to a 0 point. You know, this is when you shift. It's in many levels. We're going to experience this 0 point womb space. It's forever, but it never happened at the same time. crazy, right? And so the 151 coming straight out of zero means that if you went from absolutely zero energy, nothing, to one, you went from nothing to everything. You went from complete potential energy to all energy potentialized. So one is your infinity. One is really your first real infinity because it's everything, but now it's everything finitely, right? So that's one. And then you see the same thing in 4 and 7. These energies are all the same. 4, anybody who knows numerology 4, they know that 4 means to build or to construct. You know, 4 means it's time to work. Yeah. You know, you get 7. You know, 7 is another, they call it like a completion number, but that's more of like divine work being done anyway. You know, so you get 1, this is the first place where you could call it a thought. This is infinite. But when you get to 2 is only, what is this? 2, what numbers do you see here?
Let me see. Either you're saying V or you're saying 1 and 1. I don't want to think about it too much.
That's it. You got it.
Okay.
Please trust intuition. You read symbols. Yeah, so V is 5. But 2, it goes 2, 5, and 8. 2 is a pivot. It can go this way or it could go this way. They're both connected to the same 1, but now you got positive and you got negative. You can go this way or you could go this way. This is your first split. This is your first split. When 1 goes 2, that's your first split, and now you have a decision. No, this is where actually split either way. This is like the spectrum, the EMF. It's a spectrum. That's like a 2D thing. You know what I mean? It's infinity, but it's a point in infinity as a reference, and then
it's unified.
So it's a point to a reference. So it's a point. You see this? It's a point right here, and then you know, 2 directions. So that's what it is, and this is how Roman numerals were created too, also from the pyramids. And 8 is the same thing. You know, 8 is literally just 2 3s going like that. Everybody, this is an 8. 8 is literally just 2 3s. It's the same thing of saying this way and this way. Infinity. It's letting you know that all of this is still connected to all of this, which is still connected to all of this. So it's another fractal form of the same split. So you have 2, 5, and 8. But then you get 3, 6, and 9. 3, 6, and 9 are only experience. It's not reality. It's not this one. It's not that. It's just experience, vibration. The 3 dimensions are the only dimensions you could ever live on because it's the only place where experience can take place, which is 3, 6, and 9. In the heavens, in the 666 carbon body, and in the 3, the conscious, the mind itself. So feeling is vibrations, is electrical signals, is L, electricity, masculinity, this daytime reality. It's based in daytime. It's ruled by the sun. This is man's world. But when you go to sleep, that's not man's world anymore. That's the subconscious woman's world. That's the nighttime. Now it belongs to the womb. So now you have these 2 lives. But let me ask you, what happens when you get this daytime life and this nighttime life, and you make it into one life, a whole new one? This is when you become a dream walker. This is where you become a magician. This is where we really want to get to. We want to tap into the subconscious here, connect to the womb here in the daytime, in the daytime realm. I don't care if it turns to night here, it's still the day realm. You go to the other side. When you go to the other side, the womb side, then you become conscious there. And they call that lucid. Lucid dreaming or being awake. Lucid. You want to, when you're the woman and you're going to the womb, you want to be lucid. You want to be lucid. And that comes from being conscious in the subconscious. And to get to the womb here, you have to go to the subconscious. And so you're now you're living a yin yang. Now you're really living a 360 life. Not just 180, not just this, or not just this, not 180, not this, but 360. And this is like eternal life. Imagine you go to sleep and you just wake up because you have a mission, you have a purpose. You know how you want to edit your shit. You know what you want to do. You go to sleep. You're there. You ignore all the crazy chaos stuff. You climb over this. You use whatever powers you got to use. You do whatever it is you wanted to do to affect your tomorrow when in daytime. As the woman. And this is done through what? Feeling.
Yeah.
Feeling. And so when you do this through the woman, through feeling, and you wake up to the next day, this day is already constructed from the womb. The whole day is constructed from the womb you just came from. But our imagination's been so crystallized, we keep recreating the same shit. And we keep tapping into the same frequency because we're on the same level of spectrum, and we think we could just teleport from here to here, but actually you have to hold the frequency in order to move along the spectrum, and then you travel through realities to get back to baseline. That's what we're here to do, and to get baseline, you have to be completely balanced. That yin and yang, that conscious, subconscious, you'll be here, but you'll be damn near dreaming as you're here, like a kid in their imagination, like, I got you. Oh, grenade. Hey, I hit you. You should be dead right now. What are you doing? That's a kid. You can't tell them that they're not seeing what they're seeing. They're in it. That's how we have to be here. But then we also have to get even better. We got to do even more work to get good in the womb, because that requires emotional control here. That's why you tap into the womb here, so you can develop that emotional control, so you can develop that subconscious, alignment. You got to be one with her, your divine feminine, your subconscious mind. You have to be one with her. So when you go to sleep, it's a feeling that you're able to operate your body with. Your body now is purely emotion, like the moon.
Right.
Like the nighttime, like the womb. Is purely water, and you move through feeling in the astral realm. But if you get lost in the feeling, it's just this chaotic dream of going and drifting and whatever. But if you go in there with a purpose, conscious man, and you be the man and the woman, you can do some real magic. You can start creating your tomorrow. That I believe that I call it psychonautical travel. It's something I want to do even more. It's something that we already do when we go to sleep listening to stuff. When we go to sleep on certain vibrations on purpose, we're trying. We just don't know how it works. And it's really simple as 369-258-147. 1, 4, and 7 represent energy. All energy. 1, 4, and 7 represent energy. 2, 5, and 8 represent frequency. 3, 6, and 9 represent vibration. It's quite simple. 2, 5, and 8, but you have to understand these. So when you look at these numbers and you look at these energies, you're interpreting them properly. Numerology does an exceptional job at this. However, we're going to number 144, 378, 200,000 vibration, 444, 6, 7, 8, 9 frequency. Like, we do crazy stuff, and it's like, bro, it's 1, 2, 3. It's 1, 2, and 3. You can do it on any fractal scale. It's the same energy. You're just affecting something else, whatever's resonant with that scale. So you can take this. There's light throughout the entire spectrum of beings that of all of your imagination exist. Truth is stranger than fiction because we haven't thought of everything yet.
Yeah. Only thing I want to say, add on to that, when it comes to the dream realm and waking realm, just take it a little bit more serious. Make sure you chill out for a second when you first wake up. Make sure you feel your body before you go to sleep. Just for the simplicity. Beginner level 1. Yeah, let me sign into this. Teach you how to do that. Teach you how to sign in?
No, you sign in, but send a link or create a link.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's quick.
I think you're already signed in. What? Oh, I see what you got to do. I see what you got to do. Let me sign out and sign back in.
Oh, okay. Cool.
All right, give me a second. Come back in a little bit. Yeah. But yeah, for beginner level 1, y'all, just take it a little bit more seriously because if you can have just a little bit of impact on how well you sleep and how well you come back into this life, how well you fluctuate between the yin and the yang, Like that goes a long way. Like I can't tell y'all the importance of that because I can't just like I'd be preaching for lifetimes trying to tell you the importance of just the simplicities of like honoring the fact that you're going into a meditation, and when you snap out of that meditation you don't want to just get up and start running and doing shit and trying to decipher all that shit while you're while you're being a robot in this realm type shit. You want to just have that willpower to at least just give it some honor, give it some praise, sit with it for a second, realize you're shifting back here, you know, and then I'm about to shift into that tonight. And then I'm gonna shift back in the morning. Like just take it a little bit more seriously, y'all. It can help out worlds full of stress. Like on a physical 3D level or so, on a vibrational frequency level, which we experience, an experiential level, it can actually help out a world full of stress. And I'm in human design. I'm a 2-4, so I'm always just coming with the solutions, like practical solutions. But trust me, everything that he said, I'm there with it. I'm there with it because he didn't say one thing that I was like, oh no, like fuck no. Everything that he said, y'all. Like, and if y'all don't think that he's deep with it, just you can't understand, then you just can't understand yourself because he didn't say anything false. All are true. All truths are true. Can't differentiate truth.
I made it a habit to work with people of every religion without dispelling their religion as a test, because I had a friend. He was a close friend of mine, and I left the cult and I came out and reconnected with some friends, and he's a Jehovah's Witness still. And so I was like, oh, I grew up a Jehovah's Witness, and so it was interesting. I was able to connect with him, and I was like, yo, I wonder if I can talk to bro without trying to convert him and get him to agree to the same stuff. And sure enough, I did. There was plenty of truth, plenty of things that we all know and all can agree on and all see and deal with every day, all the time, that is just irrefutably true for our lives. It's just what dogma do you want to prescribe yourself? That's up to you. It's not needed, though. And it took me a while to realize that, but at the end of the day, now what's happening is I'm just shifting into. So think of your body right now in this reality in this moment. If it's not your base reality, this isn't like the ultimate you. It hasn't always been. Then this is one of the bot versions. And yes, this version of you and this version of me was designed to go on this live and was designed to do this and did all of this all by design. It was all by design. Now, what you do as feeling, as consciousness, and through one of your other bodies you need to master is to not get stuck in one realm, not to get stuck in one body in the daytime and get stuck in a bot, because you're more than that. You have two other bodies. And then in the womb space, don't get stuck in limbo. That wouldn't be very fun. So then you have this other option where it's, okay, well, let me shift my feeling. And you can shift your frequency around a little bit more. You want to shift your feeling. That's like shifting your reality, your perception. That was 369. So you'd have to go where? To 248. You'd have to consider other options. 248. You'd have to make a split. You'd have to look at multiple perspectives. You'd have to look at, well, if this is possible, this is instantly possible. And you have to be able to choose another reality, another bot. And when you die, it's like almost like an opportunity to re-upload to a new bot, a new reality. But the bodies are like always bots. You see what I'm saying? Until your body is in complete alignment with your conscious and subconscious mind, all of that, and you have that holy trinity, that's baseline reality. That's when you get to experience infinity as you. But this version of you doesn't. You're going to re-log in at a similar place on the spectrum until you're able to get your ass back to where your soul is supposed to be. So who knows how long you've been in alternate realities? Who knows how long you've been off course? Maybe that's why you forgot so much. And we can attribute things to all kind of different things, such as history and all that stuff. But after going through it so much and seeing so many truths, and then also realize I was like, okay, that's cool. But if I know.
And take the bigger key.
Hey, my bad.
You know what I'm saying? Now I'm really doing any one truth. It's actually three truths, and you have three bodies, and their vibration, frequency, and energy, and you got to get in tune with all three of these things in different ways. And they have groups, and they have energy groups. You see what I'm saying? This is so simple, and I created. Actually, I can't.
I don't know what that ain't masculine energy, but the brain under an MRI scanner. And so, so it's certain Buddhist monks who will meditate while they have the MRI on them. Anybody who meditate, it's a shift. The logical mind shuts off. It's power right here. That's why in the Bible is always say God sits on the right side of the temple. God is consciousness. The temple is inside your body. The right side is your right hemisphere of your brain.
I heard
Yeshua is the Christ consciousness, the Kundalini energy that rises from your cerebral spinal fluid, your spine, that hits your spine, your pineal gland, and lights up the right side of your brain, type of shit. That's what happens when you go into meditation. That energy go up your spine, and it brightens up the right side.
Yep. And through that meditation, it's key to your position in meditating because your position has to be right in your spine, so the energy could lock in.
I heard.
That's why people talk about the lotus. The lotus position is mathematically the golden ratio. What they call that? The golden ratio. The 9, the spiral.
Yep.
If you seen the lotus position when motherfuckers getting crisscrossed, that's a body mudra. So you have hand mudras and you have body mudras. People get in these positions; those are called body mudras, because it creates a geometric shape to lock in the frequency, just like God said. You have to lock in the light codes.
Yep.
I heard some people merge with their right side and their left side of the brain.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works though.
You have to, and because you have been using your left side, society have been teaching us to just use the logical part of the brain. So when you go into meditation and you start using the right side, the left and right instantly merge, because you already been using the left side. You already have a conscious awareness of your right side. The left side. The right side deals with the subconscious and shit like that. So it instantly, when you're in meditation, you start to kind of get a logical aspect of the vibrations you feeling. That's the left and right brain communicating with each other.
Yeah, because
when they completely merge, ain't no words. You just feeling blissfulness. You just can't even talk. You in your meditation like, oh my God. That's that left, right brain. That's the heart connecting with the brain. Everything connected, everything blissful.
Everything's being aligned.
And a lot of people I talk to about meditations, they say they fall asleep during their meditations. And that's just either you focusing too much or you're calm too much.
They're dwelling in the feeling of relaxation. A yogi even said to dwell upon the energy of relaxation is still a limitation. Even the feeling of, that's not even a full length of meditation. And you be feeling good to the motherfucker. You're like, damn, I feel relaxed. That's not even, boy, it's a whole nother level to that. That's why they tell you, don't sit right there. Don't stop at that dimension. Notice you feel relaxed, but keep going. Keep going with your breath.
Yep.
Don't descend your breath as soon as you see. When we feel relaxed, we instantly start descending the breath. We like, nah, motherfucker, keep going. Just because you're gonna go higher and higher, and then you're gonna start feeling them blissfulness. This shit get crazy.
I astral project a lot. Like, I feel like I don't know. I feel like when I meditate, because I do it when like I feel like the universe is calling me to do it, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Hold on, I'm finna pee, y'all.
Because when I be meditating, I be getting them downloads, and I sleep right after. I'm like, okay, good night, bye.
Yeah, I'll be tired as hell right after.
Yeah, I'll be like, no, I'm going to bed. It like when I used to do it every day, bro. I'll be like, I in the morning, I feel energized, but when I do it at night, I feel like I want to go to bed.
I was just
And
talking to
people,
my mom about the crown chakra and how that's the hardest chakra to master. And I just bought this little crystal or whatever. I cleansed it, charged it, and I was talking to my mom about the crown chakra and how like that's the hardest to obtain. I was talking all shit to it too. Like I knew what I was talking about. I was. And like not even less than 24 hours, I was asleep. I had a dream that my motherfucking pops died. I was crying like a motherfucker, bro. Woke up crying and everything. I was like, damn, universe telling my ass.
Yeah, man, that should be crazy. Like, I done had some wicked dreams, you know what I'm saying? Like some real wicked dreams.
you know what I have, bro? I cannot make this up. I had a dream about 19 keys talking to me, and I had another dream. I don't know if you guys know the book Sacred Women, but the person who made the book came into my dream, and it was on Friday, and I didn't go to school that day because I feel like I just had to take a break. I think she was telling me just to relax, take a break.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you know what? I'm not going to school today. I'm gonna tell my mom I'm sick. But like, like maybe because I keep seeing all these spiritual leaders that I admire, and they keep coming to my dream, and I'm like, yo, what is going on here?
Your consciousness is creating a alternate version of them to teach you in the astral realms. It's a powerful technique that your consciousness do. Like okay, so for example, certain students with yogi teachers, they have dreams. They always tell their teachers that I had a dream about you. That's because the consciousness is feeding off the knowledge. It's not feeding off the teacher, it's feeding off the knowledge that the teacher is giving them.
Mm-hmm.
So it will create an alternate version of that person to keep that frequency of knowledge going while you're traveling in the astral planes. So it's like you created a teacher, not like a person to talk to, keep that knowledge flooding type of shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's
It's like
honestly
a cycle.
that makes sense because I want to call myself out, but sometimes I don't listen to myself. I really don't. I don't. Like, there's days like I just don't be like, okay. Because you know how you be listening to your mom or your like aunt, your grandma, and they be saying, you can't be doing that. That's bad. But you don't listen to them. But then, it happens and you're like, dang, I should listen to them. I feel like that's me. And I feel like, because, your consciousness already know how you think. So they're like, all right, I know if I come up to you and I come up as you won't listen. So I gotta come up as some, like, I see it as that, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes there's days that you're like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Even like because my older brother died this year, and then my father, he died last year. And I remember, like, I kind of low key off topic. Like, I just, like, my body, every time someone I know that's gonna die, like, my body hurts. Because.
You said what? When somebody die, your body hurt.
Yeah. Like, I feel like, because.
You know what you talking about?
Because, I don't know, because sometimes I feel like I am I'm a portal for people to
One love,
go
family.
Peace,
into like
peace.
the astros. I feel like I'm like the white light, if that makes sense. Because you know how people like, oh, go into the light, go and like, you know, open like the doors and stuff. I feel like I'm one of those things. Because I remember like my father be telling me like, you got to keep this light, even though I'm not keeping the light on, not right now, but like, oh, you got to keep the candle on. No matter what happens, keep the candle on the altar. I was like, all right, cool. Even though I don't have it on right now. I have it on nighttime though. But it's just like,
So you a gatekeeper. You basically like for different spirits to come into this
Stop
realm,
blowing your phone.
like you hold a portal, you hold like a gate
Why?
knowledge for certain energies to come into different dimensions. This is why certain higher spirits possess human bodies, because that body is connected to, it's like this is your body. This is the third dimension and the seventh dimension. Your body connects those dimensions. So let's say a higher being trying to communicate with a being down here. Your body is the medium for that communication in certain aspects. You see what I'm saying? Because there's many different variations of that. But that's one of the variations of it. You know, like certain energies can't get through unless you allow that. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
That's why like keep that fire going, because it's like a signature, like keeping that portal opening or keeping the gate closed. It can be different aspects. Like a lot of us are gatekeepers for certain.
That's how people can get possessed so easily. That's how people can get possessed by demons so easily. I can't like, oh my, the way like I've never seen any of these rituals, but like in person. But the way that people be talking about it in my village, and I'm like, cause they don't understand what they don't understand what I be saying. You know what I mean? Cause since you know, white people, they convinced us to be Christian, and they convinced us to be in this one world order, this one world government order. They think like, you know, but
Now, do you do any type of altars to talk to your ancestors and stuff?
yeah, I have an ancestral altar, but I need to do like a goddess altar. I don't know, cause I feel like, cause I don't know if you guys know about like the Orishas.
Yeah.
Man, I just feel like they be calling me, bro. I'm like, I don't know right now. Like I know I should like.
You know where they stay at? You know where they live? Inside your chakras.
Come with all my bullshit. Boy, bye. Boy, bye. What is we doing? Trying to fuck up my shit. But let me tell you, all my niggas that saw that shit hit me.
Alright, y'all.
You can say
You
the
know,
only thing that connects us is us paying bills. That's the
huh?
only thing that connects us is us paying bills. Like as you're saying this, I'm just like, that's the only thing that disconnects us is us paying bills. That's it. And then I hope y'all know that a bill is a law. Like y'all remember
Bill
that.
is the law. I'm
Y'all,
just the bill. Just another bill. And I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill.
Elementary school, and they were saying we passed a bill. They said we passed a bill, and so literally we're paying universal law. Well, we paying laws. Laws.
I don't mind it. You want to know what? I don't mind it because it puts the stupid people in slavery, and it makes the people who aren't or who actually don't care to be that way try to find a way to help people. They'll be motivated enough to learn something and expand. That's why I got this tattoo. because this guy was willing to go through whatever to save his family and his friends. And that is how he became the most powerful being. And it's the same thing to me with money. Like, if this is a game and this is a simulation, it has a money system, you don't know how your own game works. It's on you, bro. You know, you want to walk around the game saying, it's just a game. Fuck that game.
Right.
Nigga, all right. Like,
And
all
look,
right.
the thing is, look, I'm not even saying don't pay bills. I'm just saying pay them hoes the right.
Do it the right way, bro. Learn the game. It's easy, bro. It's easy, bro. Don't nobody want to press pause and look at the command list. They just want to fuck it. Just press buttons, nigga. I just want to play. They just trying to get lucky and shit. Like it's like, bro.
You know
just
what?
because you're in reality with a lot of money doesn't mean you're in baseline. That could be that can lead to some bad shit.
I tell you why. Because it's already imagination, so you can't leave it. Play it. You can't leave the game. It's already in the imagination. You can't.
And it's not going to stop.
Yeah,
it's only going to change.
Nation, bro. It's
I
already.
promise. You're going to want to you want that eternal life. I'm telling you, get it as soon as you can. You've gone through a couple lifetimes, maybe without it, maybe a little bit of it. You know, whatever you're doing, there is karma. Karma is just things to undo. And I put it on the page yesterday, but sin is like, it's not doing the wrong thing more than it is being ignorant. Right. Sin in Spanish means without. Sin.
Ignorance.
Sin, sin, the evil side of everything. Sin is without, but it's not evil. It just means without. And so when you're without knowledge, you know, or you're without energy or without you would be subconscious. So sin is also represented as just the dark side. But the dark side, they never said evil. You see what I'm saying? That's another life you have to live and master. You got to be Haru and Set.
Yeah.
You got to be Horus and Set.
Hey.
Yeah, you can't just keep. No, I'm just gonna be these three gods and that's good. Like, no, bro, it's all a story of you, all of it.
Right.
And I mean, sin, Set, all these things are just little reverse. We kind of understand things the wrong way. And it's these weird superstition, hocus pocus beliefs that we just have, and it's weird stuff. But when you break them and you look back at it, it's like, that was dumb. How we fall for that? It's clearly a game. It's clearly a game, and I'm not here to just get rich off the game. I understand that there's a purpose to the game, but I also believe that if you have issues with money, like I was texting you earlier, I was having an issue with money, but I was like, I'm not having no issue. What? No, hell no. This is gonna be paid. That's gonna be taken care of. Whatever. And I send you the message. I'm like, dude, I feel you. Yeah, I would rather invest more in what I'm doing rather than what people even pay me. And right when I sent that message, cha-ching, $100 came in. I was like,
yeah.
That was interesting timing.
All right.
And, you know, so I was like, okay, I was expecting that to happen, but the timing, you know, these things are here to show me and remind me through synchronicities. You're going to notice that you're on your way to baseline reality. The more you start seeing these numbers align and the more codes, the more 333, 666, 432s, all these numbers, the more you start seeing these things, that's not something you have to say and put out. It's something you have to be and live. And then you see the signs as confirmation that you're going the right way. When you start seeing glitches, you know you're going the wrong way. Okay, so glitches are indicators that you're in another alternate reality. You're still in some alternate dimension or whatever. So we're probably experiencing glitches and synchronicity right now. But we're on our way back. That's all I got to say is that we're on our way back, and I know it's going to be done in my lifetime. But the way that this science works is that if I never accomplish it, if I don't get back to baseline reality, I won't necessarily see you in baseline reality because I would have left this bot behind by then, or by any other time. You know, you see what I'm saying? So you can evolve, you can change, and please leave all of these bots behind that are here and go to baseline reality where their actual souls are present.
Right. That's a very public jurisdiction, y'all. That's a very public jurisdiction. That baseline. Well, you can't move in the same algorithm as the public. I mean, it's a very private jurisdiction. You can't move in the same algorithm as you are in the public.
Baseline, it would be everything you want to do, and it would be you wouldn't even have to question it or think it.
It is you, and God can't even stop your will at that point. God can't even stop your will.
You would be God at that point.
Yeah, It's
Because
essential.
God split itself into positive and negative. And I mean, it split itself to experience itself. It's nothing and then everything. And that's
Right.
just your zero and your one. So
Right.
you're ultimately just God in like scattered forms. And we have these many different forms that we can experience ourselves as God. But the thing is, the experience only takes place on 369. We just identify with the experience and forget about the 1, 2, the 4, 5, the 7, 8. That's still God in another form, operating on frequencies that may be unseen. You see what I'm saying? This all still God. So we're God completely, all together, tapped into the all. You're God, but you separate and you as a piece is not God. God is all things. So you would have to be looking at it in that perspective. All things is the bigger being, is the God, is the fractal thing. But you could bring that up to be you again through
Right.
the decimal, through the point, through the shift. Who knows if you're going to a bigger body when you go to your next life, if you're going to a smaller body. Distance, measurements, it doesn't matter. Who said this was a centimeter? This could be 55,000 quasars, of space for a reality caught right in there somewhere. Dude, like, it's
Look, if y'all think that measurement is really that serious, know that the Rockefellers are quadzillionaires. That means they have 40 zeros behind whatever number they have as their net worth. 40 of them. 40 of them. That's a quadzillion. Look, y'all, it just a made up number, bro. It's just a made up number. At the same time, you can utilize it for things in this public realm. Yeah, you can. In this realm.
it has to be relative. That's all it is. It just has to be relative
Yeah,
to where
yeah.
you want.
But it should only be to help you get back to that, get back to you and nature, get back to
That's what it's going. Yeah, exactly. And well, I think of that, but then what do you think about this? So if I consider that reality, someone else's baseline can be some crazy shit, just depending on where they are. Their true soul is on the spectrum. You know what I mean? Them going back to baseline from where they're at could look like them killing some people. I don't know. It's infinity, bro.
right.
I just want to put out there that as benevolent of the choice exists, the opposite exists. The moment you make that choice, the opposite existed. So you got to think about what side of the tree you're on. I would argue and say we're on the good side of the tree because it's not crazy bloodshed everywhere and people ripping apart and like destroying and nightmarish. That exists. That exists. And we're not on that branch of the tree that they call, they tell you about this tree. They tell you about this tree, and the goal is to get to Asgard.
So they say the only law of the universe, don't injure another god. And the only way to injure another god is to distract him from remembering that god.
Ooh. I call them weapons of mass distraction. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only thing you can do, and that's the only way you can injure another god. That's the only law of the universe that is actually, you can go into all the laws of this man-made reality or such, and you can see that that's based on the law. Like everything
Bro,
else.
that happened to me. It happened to all of us probably at this point.
Yeah.
No,
Everything
that's real.
is code, statute, violation, like, which are just like penalties, like, oh, give up a little bit of your points for a little bit of their points or whatever, right? That's all it really is. That's the baseline. Don't injure another god, and the only way to injure another god is to make them forget that, like you said, laws of mass attraction.
You have to make them shift frequencies.
Yeah.
That's the only way to touch a god is to make them shift frequencies, because God is all frequencies.
Right.
So if you want to touch a god or fuck with a god or kill a god, you'd have to shift its frequency.
And that's what the Bible says. Be still and know that I am God. You got to make them shift. You got to make them move. But if you know, you're still and you're everything, right?
It exists. It exists. Just where do you want to put it? We're going to put it in the prison. We're going to put it in the dungeons. We're going to put it over there. And that's what happens. And then you get this society that actually is balanced. And evil is not the opposite of good, which I did find that out. There's balance and then imbalance. It's chaos and then order. Those are the only two forces. It's chaos and order. That's the only two forces. Everything else is just different forms of influence to move one or the other on the spectrum. And this is your war. This is your spiritual war. You know, is that influence you spoke of. And they even say that the devil couldn't even talk to you, or I couldn't even touch humans or anything. He can only influence them.
Right.
You know, that's also the other story for that as well. So that makes absolute sense. I'm glad you said that, because that just put some pieces together. You know, to shift, to kill a god, or you'd have to distract them. You'd have to get them off of their frequency, out of their domain, out of their baseline, and they're living some bot reality now.
Mm-hmm.
And they're technically dead. So now from God to mortal, immediately, that fast.
Yep.
And then we kill them.
Yep. Immediately.
Dude, you're good.
That's why I be loving. That's why I love teaching consumer law, y'all. Because I be like, yo, it's that simple. There's only like one law, and that if you that law, you're dead in the eyes of the rest of the universe. And which means
exactly. But you're
you get to pay things like a dead person. You can't pay things like a god. That's it. I can teach you how to sign your bills all like a god and tell these corporations, oh, I'm alive. I'm actually a god and I'm alive. I remember. I remembered. You ain't gonna say that verbatim. Please don't say that. But let it be known that I endorse.
You doing the paper says enough.
I endorse all my bills by letting them know that I'm God, and I don't have to put my body on labor. God doesn't have to put their body on labor because I'm not dead, because I'm not distracted. That's it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What is it that you're building? Let me know. You don't have to answer this like publicly, but I'm curious. Like, what is it that you're ultimately building towards? Because you say, like, this is my thing, is that I want people to do that, and I want to connect people to that because I want them to have their time back to focus on other things. So my question to you is, what is it that you're building? And if I wanted to help you, how could I help you?
Oh shit, that's pretty much it. I mean, we as like understanding of that, like everything that we just wrapped up in the last 2 minutes is that I'm building an infrastructure or republic. You can say either or, where people understand that because we create a new public, it's a republic. We're rebuilding a public. You know, because we have this public, we call it, we're humans, we're on Earth. There's this country and this country. That's just. I want to rebuild a republic. You know, rebuild a republic, right? And the only way to do that is to take the base element we have right now, which is the first form of alchemy, assess the field. First form of alchemy, assess the field. Let us know what the field is. Okay, this is what we got going. Everybody thinks we did. Everybody in this bitch thinks we did. That's why we get treated like we do, because everybody gets when I proclaim that we're God. So everybody's going to treat you like you're dead. Either you're dead or you're God. That's it. That's kind of really it comes down to it, right? So we can since the laws of this realm was created by the Bible, which does say that you are God, we can play in this realm and use all the laws, the advantages of God, and so that we can help us get head starts on creating the republic. Because you can't recreate something if you're not coming from it.
So, right? bro, you're being an embodiment of what I'm talking about, and you're building a vehicle. You're building this whole vehicle to transport you and your goddesses back to baseline, bro.
Yeah.
It's because of where you are right now. It looks like this. This is the form it's taking, like this.
Yeah.
Get these papers done. Establish a republic. Republish yourself. You know, reestablish who you are. Republish yourself. I get it. That's a good, interesting play on words that they had there. Man, these guys are good. But yeah, and
I am awoken. I
didn't even do the works because
and it makes them confused. You know what I'm saying? So they look very healthy, like smart. You know, they fast. They don't have to go. They go a long time without eating. But that sun,
So what's your
That's the
question?
only thing.
I got a question. Like so like hybrid Europeans, right? Are they like they're not from this world, or like were they like created from like different species of animals, and then they formed on this world, or like they were from somewhere else and we brought them here?
I mean, like, um, it's all of that. They like we from here, but we not from here type of shit. You know, no human being is from here.
So
I
that's
mean,
like
like we been here,
the word
but I'm
Mars,
saying
right?
like, what you say?
That's like the word Mars, right? Because like if you look at the word Mars, or like it's like more like
Nah, I'm talking about
Mars,
like not from this solar system.
a different
I'm
solar
talking about
system.
before Earth, we was on certain, we was Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Before that, a whole different solar system. You see what I'm
Like okay,
saying?
Help build this other little business I got going. She's like, so when you gonna see me? And that's the exact reason why I can't do a relationship. You know what I mean?
But then
Because
again,
I'm
hang on. Can I just,
yeah.
sorry, I don't
Go
like
ahead. You
cutting
good? You
people
good?
off. Sorry. I'm just going to chime in for 2 seconds.
You good?
When you get a person, man or woman, when you say, I'm trying to advance, I'm trying to grow, you said a little business
Right.
or, something that's going to better your life in whatever way. The first question is, what can I do to help? Now that is probably someone you think long term, this is going to work, because you know
Yeah.
what? You can say, you know what it is? When I finish and I'm tired and you want to kick it, we can cook and we can just go and chill. At least you know that when you're really tired, you can text her and say, I'm hungry and I'm starving. I'm coming from work, because she said, how can I help? It's not about, oh, where's my attention? She's looking at you growing and wanting to be a
Right.
part of that and to help you grow. Now, that's the relationship you want to be in. The whole, I need time to just sit here and look at the TV person is probably not for you.
Right. It's not.
Sorry, I
It's
was just
not. I
chiming
mean,
in.
I have my days where I watch TV.
Sure.
But for the most part, I'm moving. Like
You're trying to do stuff. Yeah.
right.
Well, I hear that.
Yeah,
I
but
always find that, if somebody is not all about your growth, and you start to see it the older you get, because you see, I remember when I finished my university and I wanted to go into a master's program. And we were both in uni, and the guy said to me, well, I'm just going to go get a job, which was great. And he says, I can't believe that you're going to part-time another program and go to work. Already as it is, we were struggling to see each other during university. So it's either going to be your master's program or me.
Mm-hmm.
And it took me a while to think, oh, this is a great relationship. Do you know what I mean? And it's a tough decision, and I don't regret it. But in that moment, I went through a really sad time that I actually chose to go back to school than be in a relationship. Now that I'm that much older, I'm just like, I am so glad.
Yeah.
Because it turned
It
out to be a
happens.
real loser.
It happened to one of my sisters. My sister's very big. One of my sisters is very big into working out. That's her thing. She was in one relationship before, for a long time, and the dude didn't like her working out, so she sacrificed it. And then she left that
She
relationship.
sacrificed working out, like, you mean body, like gym working out?
Yeah, working out, body working out.
So she sacrificed exercise for a guy?
Yeah, so she stopped. And then after she stopped talking to him, she thought, I would never do that ever again. And then she was talking to this other guy, and he used to work out too a little bit, but like she's on a different level with it. Like she does spin classes. So every couple of months, the spin team that she's with, they fly to like whatever country, but whatever state. They go to like California one time. This year she went to Chicago. I think they're going to Texas in November, whatever. And they go and they do these little competitions. That's her thing. You know what I mean? She
but
works.
then
She has a
again, he
good
doesn't also
job.
have
She
to
makes
go
good
all
money.
the time. He can
And then
join her when he wants to, but you
exactly.
can't stop someone who likes to exercise.
Yeah, man.
That's
That,
so
but I mean, that's her thing.
But
And like,
I'll tell a man, this is what I do. If you don't like it, here's the door.
I think you have to put you first, and I think this is the other thing. I also don't want somebody who does everything that I do exactly. Like, I'll give you an example. I hate sport. I
Red Thunder
absolutely hate
thighs.
sport.
Oh my
Oh my
God.
God. I do not, you know what? People say I'm
That's on you.
cringe. I don't care.
That's on you then. That's on you, sister. You gotta watch
No,
the
no,
football game
no,
across the board, Messi. If you don't watch the football, if you don't watch,
no.
if you don't watch the football game, you can
Sincere.
do anything.
Sincere.
It don't matter who it is, even if it's Red
No.
Pink Thunder dies. She can read
Oh,
you
Maurice.
sincere too. If you don't
you
watch the
say yeah.
football game.
Speak that name up.
It
Red
is
Thunder thighs.
it's a fact, Maurice, that a man
No,
will not want to
no,
be with you
no.
anymore if you don't
Listen,
compromise
listen.
for
Sincere.
football.
I don't
You,
Sports.
watch
you,
football.
you guys.
I'm different. I don't
Not
watch
just sports
football.
in general. No, I'm just saying
No, you
for
guys need
women.
to stop spreading this nonsense. There are
It's not
women who hate
nonsense.
sport.
It's
I
not
hate
nonsense.
sport.
It's the
I'm not
truth.
going to watch it. Well, what's my watching it going
If
to
you
help
was in
you? Why don't
America
you watch
right
it
now,
yourself?
if you was in America right now, most men are watching sports, watching college football.
I don't watch football at all.
And then Maurice, the girlfriend is right there, miserable as a motherfucker, because they have to really take the burden of actually watching the goddamn game with them. They don't want to compromise to it. A lot of women say they will not watch the football game, bro. You got
Why
to.
is it
Hang on a minute. Why
why is it
can't you find
compromise always on
other
the women?
friends who like football? Or why don't you find other people who want to watch the same game? Or go
I
to a
already
bar
told
Because
with
you.
a friend who
if
watches the
they
same
ask
game.
because they
Why do you have to
ask the
force
man
someone to watch a
because
game?
if you ask that man, oh, you have to watch Atlanta Housewives or some bullshit like
Nah,
that,
I don't
he
ask
can
you
make
shit,
I would never
Sincere.
do
satisfied
that.
Ask
to
me to
watch the
watch
football
football.
game.
I'm
I
gonna
would
bend
never do
over
that.
and
There's
hike
women
the
that do
ball
that,
in
Maurice, that they'll
personally,
ask
butt
men to
naked.
watch their show and won't watch the football game. You gotta
Listen,
sit and
Sincere.
like
Did you hear what I said?
basketball watch. I'm trying to watch fucking get a
Listen,
fucking a
Sincere.
whale
I
against
will
some men.
bend over butt naked and hike you the ball from the on the couch. You
You
will
have to
not be
wait.
watching
You have
football.
to wait. You have to wait.
Nah,
Some men
fuck
will say
that.
you have
You'll
to
have
wait.
to review. You'd have
You
to
have to
watch the
wait.
view,
You have
nigga,
to.
on purpose. Make me watch
It's the first
football.
quarter and the
All
second
right,
quarter.
sincere,
I'll be
sincere.
your
You're
third
sounding a
person.
little bit selfish.
No, it's
You're
not selfish.
sounding a little
I'm
bit
talking about
selfish.
these are dedicated sports fans. These guys will tell
I'll
you.
be their cheerleader. I'll go over there and twerk butt naked in front of the television.
See, I don't watch football, but I do like I'm big into MMA,
Right.
boxing, UFC.
Hey,
That's my shit. Um, but I
See, that's
for the
even
most
worse. I don't even like to watch people beating each other up. I just
yeah, but
think it's
I don't
nonsense.
never ask somebody to watch it with me. I
yeah,
just
like him saying that a
oh
girl
sure,
has to. That's like me
Exactly.
saying you have to go in the bathroom and watch me wipe my freaking period blood. Okay, no.
The
No, no,
men.
no. You don't
I
need
heard
that.
the men on the line today. They were saying that the men are not even asking you to watch the game with them. They're just mad because the man has his more focus on the football game than the woman at that
No, no,
moment.
no.
That's why they get
You know what I
frustrated.
think it is? Do you know what I think it
That's
is?
why.
I
That's
actually,
why.
it's kind of like, listen, it's kind of like me going to a hair salon and saying, you come and sit there for 4 or 5 or 6 hours while I get my hair braided, all those long braids, and you just sit there because I want you to watch the whole process and be there with me. I'm not going to do that. I'm either going to go with a girlfriend at the same time she's doing it, or I go to a hairdresser that I know is so much fun and we're going to gossip and talk. I'll be on my phone or whatever. I'm not going to force you to do that kind of stuff. If you want to watch football, I don't care. Go with your friends. If you want to invite them over, don't worry. Big screens
I
everywhere.
think
Just
in order
switch
to
it
make a
on, bring your
relationship
friends.
work,
It's the
I'll cook the
quality
food.
time. It's the quality time with the
nah,
It's
man.
not quality time if
in
I'm
order to make
paying you
I think
for it.
That's why I call it the
Sincere.
quality time. It's the
It's
quality
like
time
Sincere.
for the woman and
listen,
the man.
listen.
I
It's
officially
not
break up with you.
quality time if the other person is
Messi,
sitting there miserable. It's quality
Messi,
time for her.
telling you, Messi, a lot of houses are going to be in
it's a simple
function.
fix. Put it like this: if you watching football during the time that dude me watching fights, whatever, right? That your girlfriend, if you want to make a relationship work, you want to come to a compromise. Okay, during this time, I'm going to be watching football. That's also the time that you should go do this because that's something that I don't want to do, and this is something you don't want to
100%.
do.
And you know what it is? I will make an appointment to go and see my girlfriends, and we're gonna go to a bar, a wine bar, and we're gonna have some nice drinks. And I'm gonna Uber home, and I'm gonna come home drunk because I had a good time.
There's a
Say
chick
that.
that I, there's a chick,
Say
I will
that again.
schedule
You're
that.
gonna go to where? A bar? Bar? How do you say
Like a
that?
wine bar or wine
A
tasting. I
wine
don't care.
bar? I
Anything.
like that.
It
We're
could
gonna
be
go to
there's a
a
anything.
chick,
You know, we
wine
can
there's
go
a
to a
chick I
bar.
used to
spa
talk to.
or
The chick I used to talk to, that's what we used to do.
yeah.
I'll go out and go watch the fights. Fights usually end by 1:00 in the morning. She'll go out with her people, and I'll call her when I'm done. She says, "Okay, cool, bet. I'm about to head home. Meet me at the house," and that's it. Like it was simple.
It's
Simple.
it has to be. I think relationships have to really be simplified. I really disagree with the whole let's try and make it a little bit harder because life is hard enough as it is. I mean, you gotta go
Right.
to work, this whole little compromise of a game and this. I don't want to watch the freaking game.
Yeah,
You know,
man.
I think life is a
It's the
little bit too
sacrifice.
hard
It's the
to add
sacrifice.
little bit of
It's a
simple
sacrifice.
problems.
You're gonna have to make the sacrifice. I'm telling you, that's what men enjoy. Men say it all the
Yeah, but you
time.
see, you enjoy watching someone miserable watching the game with you. That makes you happy.
I
Why?
think you enjoy forcing somebody to do something they don't want to do.
No, it's not.
Exactly. Why would you
It's not.
enjoy that?
Because
It's not forcing.
sincere is
It's not.
sincere.
It's not
He,
forcing. It's not forcing. But
sincere forces
women.
us to
No,
listen to
it's not.
his
It's not forcing. Women always say, "Oh, I want quality
sincere,
time." Women always say, "I want quality time
sincere.
with
Yeah,
the
but
man."
quality time is
So,
this
so
is
right
That's
not
there,
not
a
right
quality
there,
that's
time.
not
right there.
quality
That
time.
is quality time. The man could
No,
appreciate
Not,
quality
you a
time
little
for
bro.
who?
company. Women
Sincere,
watching the
Listen,
game.
when you
That's an
when you into
appreciation.
the game, you into the game. You ain't paying attention to her.
sincere.
You can
That's
still
not
talk
quality
to her.
time.
You can still talk to the woman while you're
No, you
watching the
don't.
game. Say
Don't
that.
nobody talk during no fight or during no game. We don't be talking
You can
about
talk.
no nothing.
Exactly.
If you're sitting on, if you're sit, any man that's sitting on his couch and this woman is right there, or you got the remote in your hand,
Man,
she
I'm
can sit
telling you.
right there.
I'm
She can have a cell
Sincere.
phone. She can have a
That's
man,
cell
you
sincere.
phone.
gotta man, you gotta
I
be
She can
don't
have.
you
A,
gotta
even
be
know
she
real.
can.
how the
She,
game is played, and I
I'm gonna tell you
don't
like
want
this.
to know.
I'm gonna tell you like this. If you ask me like if I'm put like
I can
this,
teach you the
Sincere needs to
game.
go with a woman that whips his
I
ass.
can teach
if
you. I
I'm
can
if
teach you
I'm
the
watching
game.
the fight,
That's what he
I
I'll
needs.
don't
teach
want
you the
nobody
game.
talking to
His
me.
ass, slap his
I
shit out.
agree with you.
We
I'm
talk we
sorry.
talk
I'm
we
gonna
talk
go with Maurice here.
we
No,
talk in between
nobody
the
wants
little
to
whatever
talk.
whatever's. But when the fight is going on, listen, I ain't got time to explain
Good.
to you who this guy is, what his
Yeah, yeah,
history is,
yeah.
who he beat.
And what
Why?
does it mean?
Listen,
Why did they stop?
we're watching this fight. Oh, you can't. I
Hmm.
ain't got time to explain what kind of choke this
And
is.
it
I
kills
ain't
the
got time to
mood.
explain all that.
You have to
Telling you,
explain.
telling you, bro. There'll be some women that will
I am
sacrifice
not a
you
commentator.
for the love of her
You
man.
know what I mean?
Some women will do it. Some women will do it for the
Yeah,
love
but
of her man.
sincere, they'll do it. Listen, okay, sincere, let me give you this. Let's
It's a
just say
good
you
woman.
find a
That's a good
woman.
woman.
Listen,
It's a good woman.
Maurice, listen to this.
That and I'm
I
telling
just
Sincere,
you,
think,
let's
I
say
that
you
just think, in
find,
relationship
my
won't work.
opinion,
That
I
guys,
think
relationship
it's
okay,
more.
won't.
let me indulge you for a minute. Let's say
Go
you
ahead.
find this woman and then she
It's fine.
says, I'm going to watch whatever game because you want to. Deep down, she doesn't want to be there. She doesn't know the rules. She doesn't know what's going on. She spends, let's say it's a soccer game, it's 90 minutes, and I don't know what other games the times they go for, right? Let's say it goes for, and tennis doesn't have a time, for example. They keep going until they get to the thing, to the sets and whatever. It can be longer. Let's say the person sits there the whole time thinking, what the hell am I doing here? Right? All the time. When do they get to have their own time to do what they want? Isn't that dangerous for a relationship? Because she's going to find somebody who wants to do maybe what she wants. Because you force her to do you know what I mean? How
And
about
see,
we don't
and
force
see,
each other? How about we
and see,
find
that's what
common
and
ground? Listen,
nah, and
there's
see,
going
that's
always
crazy.
going to be stuff we both like. There's not two human beings that cannot either try a new activity or find something that they can both enjoy and say, hey, let's go and try that again. Or you know what? Let's just go
It's
and chill
because
on
the fact,
on the beach or a picnic or I
be-
don't care. You'll
because
find some common ground somewhere.
it's
But to
something that
force someone to watch,
you're not forcing. You're not forcing.
you
That
are because she doesn't want
no,
to be
no,
there.
you're not forcing
It's
Maurice.
not
And
it's not physically
you're not forcing.
forcing,
You're not
but
forcing at
Hey,
all.
Mary
Because
Jane.
what you're really saying is that you're saying, okay, we're both a partner. We're both partners, right? So that little bit of enjoyment or quality time with your mate can mean something to that person while you're watching a football game. That's why it's not a forcing, bro.
But it's not quality time
That's
to
why
me if I'm not enjoying it.
that's what but
It's
that's
one
the thing.
sided.
That's the thing. No, it's not one sided because if he had to go with you to the nail salon, he would have to make that
I don't
sacrifice to
want
get
you
it
to
for
go to
you
the
too.
nail salon.
No,
That's
no,
the
but
point.
no, but the
Why
point
would
is,
you want to do that?
the point is some people they actually take that little time that they spend with their partner and cherish it. That's why sometimes you have
No,
to
we're
make
not
a
spending
sacrifice.
time because I'll tell you why we're not spending
You are
time.
spending time.
I'll tell
You're
you
watching the whole
why
game
we're not.
together.
I'll explain why we're not spending time. I'll give you an example. When I'm getting my hair done, the hairdresser has to ask me all these questions. She's washing my hair. Then from there, she does it. She's washing it again. This is not quality time. This is me just making myself look good. Quality time is when we find either something we both enjoy and a common ground where we can say we're just going to chill, not do much. And we're either going to go for a walk, we're going to go for a run, and we're going to go sit and have a meal. We're going to cook together. I love to cook a lot. We're going to cook this. And, if you don't know how to cook, you know how to cut some tomatoes, okay, for the salad. Just you sit there with the beer or wine and we're gonna
Yeah.
chill, and we're gonna put some music, and we're
And
gonna.
I don't
For
like.
me, that's quality time. But I don't need to go and learn every sport, learn everything. I don't have to like
But
those
women
things.
don't have no problem telling men to go out there when you want to get every designer
I
shoe.
would never do that.
Women will ask literally men, come out here and go shopping with me to look at all the
Nah,
No,
designer shoes.
I
no,
don't.
But
I don't know
no.
what kind of
I
women
don't
y'all
want to
talking
go
to.
shopping with a
there is
guy.
women like that. There
No.
is women like that.
No. But then those women are the ones that should suit you because you want to be prisoners for each other. So how about you find a person
No,
who imprisons you to shop
it's
and you imprison them to do what sport?
compromise. It's a compromise. It
It's not
is.
If we
It's
compromise.
are
like
we
You're
go,
doing what
but
you're
look,
it's
are
like
we
supposed
going? Are
to
we
do.
going? Are we going? Listen, I understand we have to compromise, and sometimes we have to
right after the
sacrifice.
football
But you talking
game.
about a
You might
football game?
want
A football game is every week. So once a week,
only
you
one,
want her to
only,
you
only
want her to
and
sacrifice
that's
once a
a great
week.
point. Great point. You just know that.
If
No,
you doing it every
great,
once in a while, let's say there's a
great,
concert.
great point. Great point. Great point. You
Sure,
said only
sure. Yeah, if
you
you're
made a
going to
great
a concert,
you
that's
made a
different.
great point. You made a great point. You said it's only once a week.
No, I
That's
didn't
not
say it's
even
only
that.
once a week. I did not say it's only once a week. If it's like a concert, let's say her favorite artist is in town and she wants to go see the
Yeah,
artist and you
true.
can't
I get
stand the
that.
artist. So you buy tickets and
Yeah.
y'all go to the show.
I would
That's a
still
Oh,
go
once
with
okay,
her.
yeah,
boom, it
I get
happens
that.
once
I would still,
Or
it
I
you
would
happens.
still
don't
go.
like the
I would
opera.
still go.
Yeah,
I would
okay,
go.
that's
No,
cool.
no, no.
But
Hang on.
that's a
I would still go
sacrifice.
because
When
I
you're doing
love
something
Sincere.
once a
the
week,
sacrifice.
when you're doing something once a week, that's a burden.
Sincere, let me tell you, it is a
Sacrifice.
burden.
It's a
Sincere, let
sacrifice.
me tell you something. For example, right, I like ballet, opera, all those sort of things, right? And I know a lot of guys might not really, they'll go once a year, once every 2, 3 years, depending on the city that you live. Let's say, you get Lion King or Aida or one of those real big, openings and they're so fancy. You dress up, they're nice to go to. You know what I mean? You walk on a red carpet, you buy your tickets. It's just beautiful, it's romantic, it's nice, whatever. But it's probably once every few years. And they know that I like that stuff. But what you're asking for is to watch the opera for like 2 hours once a week. I think that's a little bit extreme for someone who might not like the opera or ballet
So
or
we make the
something.
sacrifice because of the enjoyment of partner that I love being happy. Just as well if it's something that I would enjoy to be happy. It's a sacrifice. I would make the sacrifice. I really
But then
would.
again, why does everything have to be sacrificial? Why does everything have to be at every point you need to really not enjoy so I feel that you're loving me? Why can't I just love you while I'm
It's
doing the laundry and you're watching your football game? I
you
still love
don't
you
have
while
to,
I'm washing the
you
laundry.
don't have to do laundry. I can
I
order. I
don't
can
get
get
it.
food. You don't have
I
to
don't
do the
get it.
laundry. You don't have to cook nothing.
Well,
We can
because that's
order.
what I want to do in that time.
You can get a.
I
You
want
can
to do
get a
the
food.
laundry. I
You
want
can
to
get a
pack up
food
things.
here.
I've got a bit
People
of
that watch.
OCD. I'm always packing things. So why can't I do that? Why do I have to watch the football? I don't understand
I
what's
can
going
cook.
on, and I don't
I
even
can
want to
cook.
do that.
I can cook a food and you can cook food and everything before the ball game. You can sit there and have a beautiful meal and enjoy your time. Get a shot of wine. You get a whole bottle of wine and watch the game at the same time. I just don't feel.
No,
I just think
you're
there's a sacrifice.
concentrating on the game. I don't know what's
That's
going on.
why.
I
That's why
don't
there's
want
the
to know.
frustration. That's the frustration.
So
Because
with
Your
that's
the
the
women
frustration
watching,
is
frustration.
what turns you
let
on.
me ask you a
In
question.
other
No,
words,
With the
that's
women
the
watching
frustration, Maurice. That's the
with the
funny thing
woman
about it.
watching the game, do you want her to be into it as well, or do you just want her to sit there?
Now she can sit there and chill. She don't have to really like
So
watch
you
the
just want her to
exact
oh,
sit
so
level.
there.
you're torturing
Yeah.
her. She's like on
No,
punishment.
that's
She's like,
like no,
hang
no,
on, she's
no,
in the naughty corner. Okay, it's
no.
like taking a kid and saying, you're now in a naughty corner. You've been bad. Sit there
So
and think of
so
So
what you've
you,
done.
so
what kind of dude are you if you know that your woman doesn't enjoy this? You know she doesn't
I'm not
like it.
saying she doesn't. What I'm saying is already in her mind.
But
What
she
you're
doesn't
saying is like
enjoy it.
no,
Some
no,
people don't. Listen,
no.
she's
Okay,
telling you she don't enjoy it,
let me ask
right?
this. Let me ask this. Let me ask this. With a woman and a man, right? So the man likes let's use sports still. Okay, why won't she just take that time out and say, okay, this makes my man happy? Why don't I take the time out to talk to him and be like, okay, let me learn the game. Let me learn soccer. Let me learn football because it can make him happy
Yeah, but you
and her
see, I've
happy.
already learned other sports that I like. I don't need to add to that. I'm good. Okay, you like
Come
what
on,
you
Leslie.
like. I
You were
like what
saying
I
that
like.
you
I don't have to know
okay,
every
you
sport in
just
the
said, Leslie,
world,
that you're not
just
going
in
you're
case
gonna
I
leave
meet
and
a
go to the
guy.
bar. You said you're gonna leave and go to the bar with your girls. You're not gonna watch the game. You're not
Listen,
watch
hang on. Can I say this to you, Sincere?
yeah,
Think
go
about it.
let's
Hang on. Maurice and Sincere, think about this logically, right? For me to be eligible for a guy, so think about let's pick 10,000 sport that men may like out there, right?
Right.
Different, whether it's like water polo, actual polo with the horses, or all that stuff. Every guy's gonna like maybe 3 or 4 or 5. I have to know all those just in case I meet a guy who's gonna like these sports. I mean, what kind of hard work is that for me as a single woman? I have no time for that. I don't even have time to want to learn your sport. Just to enjoy it. If you want snacks, I'll put whatever snacks you want. And by that time, I should know what you want anyway. I'll put a little bit of this, a little bit of that, some dips, some biscuits, some cold meats, and some beer. I have to know what you like, some salad. I might be barbecuing. I'll put that for you and everything else. But I'm doing other things around the house. I don't have to sit there and watch the game to show you that I like you or care about you.
He's not gonna watch. You're just not gonna watch it. He already saying, "I'm not watching at all." That's what's always gonna be your answer. I'm not watching. So
the thing of it is, when you make it a demand, it'll never work.
That is true. It never works.
It'll never work.
To a
people,
woman,
people,
I
people.
demand
If you, let's say you watch, let's say you got your girl. She knows you're into football, and then y'all messing around, and you ask her, "Hey, babe, you want to watch the game with me?" She's like, "No, I'm good." And you're like, "Okay," you don't make no big deal about it, and you just go about your day or whatever like that. And then you
100%.
like she sees how much you're into it. She will eventually, if you do it right and you know what you're doing, she's gonna come watch it with you, and she's gonna come chill on the couch.
If she wants to, though, without being
exactly. But it has to be her. Exactly.
Finally commit to it. Finally, somebody said it. Damn, Uncle Joe, I was waiting for somebody to say that. Good Lord.
It seems to me that as long as the woman's happy with doing everything, that's all that matters. I asked the question before, why does it have to be that, everybody can't have their own thing? Why does it have to be?
That's what I originally said. On the Sundays when we watching the game, let her go do her thing, whatever it is that she likes.
Right.
Because peep this, more than likely, football's not something that you just started watching since you were a woman. That's something you already have. Like my man said, his sister was in the working something she was doing what she had to do. So why is it a problem that he's sitting there happy in his drawers with some beer and some things? You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be a big thing.
No, but he's saying if she doesn't watch it with him, he doesn't think she's compromising enough in the relationship.
The conversation is not about the men watching football. It's about the woman watching it with him.
Right.
Why does she? Okay. Here's my question. Because maybe I'm a little too
I
late.
asked that question. I did ask that question. Why can't she just make the sacrifice for the happiness of her man just as well? It can make her happy seeing her man happy.
It's not gonna make her happy. She's miserable. She doesn't like sports. I don't like sports. I'll be absolutely miserable.
It does make a woman happy when she sees her man happy. That is true.
How do you know?
Because that's what women. A woman can make a man happy.
Some women.
It goes vice versa on both sides.
I think that everybody.
But then you see. Sorry, Uncle Drew, you go. Go on. No, it's fine. You go.
Go ahead. I like the accent. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So what I was going to say about what Sincere you're saying is I actually believe the healthiest relationships are when people bring their own individuality before they join into becoming something that they both enjoy. So individuality can mean that you may want to drink, let's say, spirits. Right? I may like to drink wines. So you have to know that in the house, there has to be spirits and wines because that's my go-to drink. So when you go to the bar in the house, you pour yourself scotch or with ice or whatever you put, and you pour me a glass of red wine or white wine. That should be okay. Not you need to drink wine so you know that we are really there in this team together. I think that's a little bit crazy. That's a little bit wacko for me.
Not that serious.
Drink what I want to drink. It's kind of like saying you go to a restaurant and then you say, well, I'm going to order this. You have to order the same thing. No, I'm going to order what I want on the menu. Or I'm actually not that hungry at a big lunch, even though we're at a dinner date. I'm actually going to have a small salad and everything else because I'm good. Then you're like, well, you're not eating. I'm taking you out. And you're now taking offense. No, I'm just not hungry. It's my stomach and I go to the toilet on my own. So how about you don't care?
No, the men care. The men are caring. It's just that some things that they're saying that they're happy with, the woman will automatically say, "Okay, I'm not doing it. I'm
Yeah,
just,
but are
I
you
just
saying you're
don't
gonna
want to go
force
to."
someone to eat a
No,
certain
we're not.
thing,
No,
watch
we're
a
not
certain
forcing it.
sport, do what they don't want to
They're
do?
not trying to.
Isn't
They're
that
not
just
trying
a
to force
recipe
it.
for disaster?
No, it's not a recipe. It's
Just because
for
you do something that you think somebody likes doesn't mean that you care.
no. I'm
Right.
looking at it from, okay, man and woman are together. The thing
But
that
you're not
they're
conjoined
enjoying.
twins. You're not like, what are they called? Siamese twins.
You're
You're not
you're,
joined
you're
by the
both
head. Where if you
your
go here, I
partners.
have to go
Your
with you.
partners. You're
You know, the
partners.
toilet are
You know,
gonna
it's
be there
you.
too. We're
You're
not
like
joined. Our heads aren't joined.
you're not a union. You're not a union. You're not joined like that. But you are having to say, okay, I like these things and they like these things, and that's how you can get to know each other. You can't just always just say, "Oh, I want to do it. I only enjoy." You got to be able to compromise and say, "I'll do something that they like too." If they want to go to the carnival, and then you say you want to go to the go kart, you got to be able to both go play both places. That's how I look at it, in my opinion. You know. So,
I see what you're saying now. I get where you're going with this. That's not how I would do it,
It's not
but
healthy.
I understand what you're saying. In my opinion, I think every couple should have their own thing, you know,
You're right.
and have that time apart, whether you're still in the
Right.
same house, but you're focused on something else, not dealing with that person. And then when you do come together for something
It's
that
amazing.
you enjoy, it's better.
Right. That's how, yeah.
But then don't you think, Sincere, when you make a statement where you have to do absolutely everything together, even if the other person doesn't like it, don't you think that you're coming with love from a place of fear? You have some fear
I
of some
never
sort
said.
or
I
some
never said.
insecurity,
I
where
never
if the
said
other person
everything
enjoys
together.
something I've
I
done,
never said
then that's
nothing
a,
together.
It
I
comes
never said.
from a place of teaching, though. If somebody doesn't understand this, look how many things in life we found that we enjoy once we've encountered it.
For
we
me,
started. Right.
no,
Right.
because for me, when I look at the relationships that really worked out, it was because they were willing to compromise, and the quality times was important.
Yeah, but then
A
maybe they were
lot of
not
people,
working.
Long
Maybe they were working
long
out for
time ago.
you.
quality.
Long time ago, I mean, my mother and father were married for 50-something years, and it
Right.
wasn't compromise. I guess you could call it compromise because my father said and my mother did. Like, you know what I mean? And
Right.
that was a
My
compromise.
granddad was like that. It's just how it was back in the days. You're right,
Yeah, and
bro.
but that's not good.
It's
My,
not.
my, my,
It's not a
my
way of
father
thinking.
died. My
Right.
father died 2 years ago. My mother's 74 years old, and she doesn't know what the fuck she likes for herself. What she wants to do, she
Yeah,
doesn't
true.
fucking
Or
know.
what does she even enjoy? Yeah.
She
Right.
does,
Yeah.
and I
Or
swear to
who
God,
she
on everything I
is.
love,
That's
she
that.
does. She legit doesn't know.
No. It's not her fault. That was the time.
Yeah.
Right.
I get that. Because you see, what happens is you let another person's likes and desires and everything else define you. So you never really get to find out, what do I like? Do I like to? Because you see, for women, we see certain things that we want to try and do. For example, you think to yourself, okay, I'm getting a little bit older. I'm going to start doing, you do certain exercises, but then you think, I'm going to start doing trying to do this exercise. I've been told it's good for this, that, and this muscle, and all these things that are coming up today. I mean, for women, it's like it's torture. There are these things we're doing now, and exercises and pulls and doing this thing to make that down there tighter. I mean, it is 24/7 information. I don't have to drag you through it all the time. I'm gonna find a girlfriend of mine who wants to do it, and then I don't think that we have to drag each other to do absolutely everything together. I think it's a recipe for disaster. I think you also lose your individuality. You don't know who you are, and that confusion can be bad for people, because then
Sometimes bringing people into your world, it kills that for yourself. Now you devalue it.
Mm-hmm. I think that also, Sincere, your approach is actually one that actually is going to take away growth in a person. Because I still need to see something new that I like, and you say, "Oh, I'm not trying that," and I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm so gonna try it." And I go on a dirt bike and whatever. If you want to do that, you do that. I'm not going on a dirt bike. What if I fall over? Maybe I fear of heights. Maybe
Right.
there are things that you might want to do I just don't want to do, and that's okay. You want to go hiking? I have fear of heights. So you want to go and do this? I'm not going to change my fear of heights because we're in a relationship. But you are saying I should be tortured and absolutely be nervous wreck for a week, all because I have to go on a mountain hike. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's a little bit.
Get out of
There's a
here.
little bit of torture in that.
No way, Uncle Jumor. It's just a football game. It's not that deep.
Yeah.
It's just
well, not for you.
Right.
But you know,
yeah, because I do know people who like to go and the hiking. You know those hikings that are so steep that you look down and you think, if I actually just don't balance here for a minute, I'm gone. That's it. I don't like that feeling. I know a lot of people get off on that feeling. I just don't like it. The view's nice up there, but even getting down, I'm just like thinking and panicking that okay. Because I'm a clumsy person. I'm not just, I don't know, tripping
You
at the
never
end.
want to compromise. Why you don't want to compromise? Why you don't want to compromise?
You gotta let people come to things on their own. I promise you.
Right,
Like for
that is true.
Me, for example, right? So I work out regularly, right? I'm the type even tonight. It's 10 o'clock tonight. I'll probably go to the gym at 11, 12 o'clock tonight because I'll get bored. That's my thing. I like to work out. You know what I mean? Right. And I've never forced anybody that I ever was in a relationship with to do the same. But 90% of the women that I have been involved with, at some point or another, they start going to the gym.
Yeah.
And they be like, "Oh, can I come?" I'm like, "Cool. You do your. I'll write you a workout, but at the same token, you can't work out with me. We can't because you're gonna fuck. Because like I was saying before, me working out with you is gonna fuck up my workout. I can't work out with you. I work out by myself.
No. But if you were sincere, you'd be like, we're doing push-ups the same
Nah,
way.
you don't want to go to the gym. Don't come to the gym.
By the hip.
I push myself. I push myself
If
to
you were
a completely different level.
you'd be having to do everything together.
Nah, you don't gotta go to the gym with me. But look what happened. Look what happened. She ended up still coming at the end. She still came.
Yeah, and I left her alone. I didn't bother her about it.
True.
We talk about it from time to time. I left her alone, and she came on her own. You gotta let people do things on their own.
No, but sincere is not all about. You have to have some kind of individual thing because you go to the gym and you've got your focus. You're there for a reason. And I understand that.
And when they come, they don't come all the time. They come sometimes. Like this ain't no. They come. They ain't going to the gym 5 days a week
for a reason. She came for a reason, bro. She seen that you enjoyed it.
Yep.
She was like, no.
Yeah, but I let
But
her.
then again, sometimes I think sometimes sincere. Sometimes it's not so much because you're only looking at it from one angle. Sometimes, for example, she might have gone there because she's looking at this guy looking fit. Women, we age a little bit more than guys do for different reasons. But I'm just saying she could have looked at it and said, I've got to keep up with this guy if we're going to long-term be together because I've got to, you know what I mean? Nobody wants to be that woman that people, she might have just done that for her own thing, not for him. You're suggesting that a woman has to do everything the guy wants he loves to do to show that she's sincere and your name's sincere. That is the worst thing for you. You need to change your name on Instagram from sincere to dodgy. You need to change your name from sincere to dodgy.
A good man would do it for the woman too. It would go vice versa. You have to.
No, I think sincere women should be allowed to do women things.
I'm not gonna sit and watch a show every week for 3 hours that I don't want to watch.
Right, and I agree with you. And I would never ask anyone to do that.
They acting like Uncle Drew is like an all-day event. Just only like
football's an all-day. Football's an all-day event.
2 hours. Come on.
Yeah.
Football's an all-day event.
But it's like I said, it's only 6 months out of the year. If you really factor in all the things that you do throughout the year, as far as the compromising is concerned, it still doesn't really even out.
You're gonna compromise. You're gonna compromise in a relationship regardless. Football, right. I don't think football should be this whole big thing about it. I don't think
it would.
Hang on, right. Uncle Drew. I'm going to sorry, Maurice. I'm not cutting you off. Uncle Drew, I'm going to say something. You said about the 6 months, right? Which is like the time that the season is played with the football, right? So here's the thing you have to understand. There are guys who, let's say you've got one specific team that you go for, right? You barrack for this team, that's your team, and that's okay. But what happens with people who are that much a fanatic, they want to watch all the other games to see who's being kicked out so their team gets into the race of this and the other. They're not just watching one game. Remember that. So it's not like just the game of their team.
No,
They're
no,
watching
I
their
don't.
teams to see how it plays out. I'm just saying. Sorry.
Then they
I
got
don't.
college football, and then you got Sunday night, then you got Monday night,
Then you've got,
and
that's
then
what
you
I
gotta
mean.
then
Yeah.
you gotta watch ESPN every morning.
Right.
Tell me, bro.
Here's a question. Here's a question. Just dealing with human nature. Aren't we all fanatics about one thing or another?
For sure.
Yeah.
But I'm big into the workout thing and the UFC. I don't like the females that I deal with. I might say a little something here, but we don't talk about fighting. We don't talk about the fights. We don't talk about none of the fighters. We don't talk, like, I might say something about, hey, I'm going to the gym, but I might talk for maybe 10 or 15 minutes about working out, but I don't talk to them about that. Know who I talk to about it? My sister, because she's into working out. So me and her can have that conversation for 20, 30 minutes. You know what I mean? I have her for that.
That's just 20, 30 minutes, man. If it's good enough, but I think we go for an hour.
But that's my sister. But that's my sister though, because she's into it. You know what I mean? She's into it. She's trying to do a competition. She's into it. But for me to talk to the girl that don't care about working out like that, and she comes to the gym maybe once a week, if that. Talk to her. She don't want to hear none of that. She don't want to hear about a diet. She don't want to hear about protein, and she don't even know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
She don't want to hear that.
Why? It's the weirdest thing, dude. Like, why? Like, why? Like, why they like that?
Because she's not interested in it. I don't see how that's hard to understand. She's just simply not interested in it. The same way I don't want to hear about the Kardashian show. I don't care.
Exactly.
Right.
Lord have mercy.
So she don't.
Yeah,
she'll watch the
then
Kardashians, and we don't talk about that, and I don't talk about working out.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
And that
And I think
Kardashian
it's
stuff
when you force somebody, that's when it becomes really, one of those things. And I'll tell you this, I was sincere once in a relationship like the one you described, where the guy says, to show you care about me, you've got to do this. And he loved his wrestling. He used to be a wrestler himself. He'd watch every wrestling game around the world, or whatever you call it, not a game, a match. You call it a match. Stuff like that. And I had to I got to watch this, and you got to come home on time and everything else. And you know what I started doing? I started taking up more work because I'm a lawyer. I started taking up more work and more this and more that. I'll be like, I've got deadlines. So instead, work late so he sleeps when I come home. And I wouldn't, you know what I mean? Now I have to be dodgy. Why? Simply because I don't want to watch the thing. I'd rather make money or come home with like files and go on the computer and start becoming a dodgy person. I realized that I was in my early 20s, like, what am I being dodgy for? This is my apartment. Why did I even give you keys? Now I gotta be a dodgy liar, which I'm not. I just don't want to watch the game. And then I'm gonna find, I'll lose my job. He's like, oh, you do work, honey. I'll be on the computer freaking texting or Skyping people overseas. I wasn't even doing any work. I was just pretending. But do I have to go to that length to actually just say I don't want to watch the freaking match? I don't want to become a dodgy person.
Oh, man.
That's why.
I'm just saying. He left me no choice. But then again, if he knew, maybe he would have done it differently. Yeah. And he kept saying, she's got so much work. Oh, I'll just go in the office room, like office space. And I'll just go there and I'll go on the internet, put my headphones in, I'll just watch another show on the internet. Yeah. And he thinks I'm working, but that's just to avoid the idea that I don't like this. But then why make someone have to go to that extent or to those lengths? And then I realized if I have to change myself to this extent and start becoming like a freaking dodgy person and freaking, become like freaking James Bond,
all this distance from each other. You're supposed to be with your partner. Now you want to stay at work.
Listen,
later.
You're not supposed to be with your partner all the time.
Come on.
You are not supposed to be with your partner all the time.
I can't agree with that. So she's saying that just to watch a simple ball game with her man that loves her, that probably holds her down, and it gets the job done.
Yeah, it sounds good when you push it like that. It sounds good. We just all we do is watch the game. Yeah, I mean, I can make working out sound fun. All you gotta do is come to the gym with me. It's not gonna be that hard. We're just gonna go work out and stuff like that. It's gonna make you better. It's gonna make your health better. Why not just come? My workouts are hard, bro. They're hard for grown men. Like, there ain't nothing fun about it. But I like it. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's the reality of it. If somebody truly if she don't like football, bro, she don't like football. So every moment of watching is like, what the fuck? This shit is horrible. I can't wait for it to be over.
Yeah. And I'll tell you a fact. This will be a fact. That man that enjoys that football game, that woman who don't watch the football game, another woman could swoop right under and get right to him and
But
show
then
him some of
again,
that game.
And
sincere.
you're
Can I
right.
No,
just
In the
no,
same,
hang
in
on?
the
Can I
same way
just
that man, that
try
the
and
same
finish
way
my
that man.
conversation?
But
another
you
woman
can flip that
swoop
either
up.
which
Man.
way. The same way that
That
man
can
But
that
then
wants
happen.
women to watch
I've
sincere.
seen
football.
that happen. I've
There's a
seen a story where that happened about football.
there's another man that won't force her to watch it. He's gonna swoop right in there
Right. Right.
Don't
But
because
then
he's
matter.
also
gonna
let
he's
me
gonna
tell you
he's gonna
Just
sincere.
appreciate
because, just
how
because,
she feels and her value and that
Sincere.
she doesn't want you
but
know.
listen what I'm saying.
I
Just
would
because she
hang on.
didn't make the compromise, another woman is able to swoop
And
in
just because he
and
didn't
No,
make
no,
the
no,
stick
no.
it.
And
compromise, another dude is
sincere,
gonna swoop
listen
it
to
in.
this. Listen to this. I've got a girlfriend of mine, and I'm going to tell
Okay.
you this. This is a true story, right? This was like years ago and years ago. She was like a much, much bigger woman, right? Like really, when I say bigger, she might have been, I don't know, what's American dress size? Here we call it like an 18, 19. Okay, like what you call a BBW, but more like almost like a sumo wrestler, like so out of shape. So, like she literally had to lose maybe, you guys, what metric do you use? You use, hang
Pounds.
on.
We're still in pounds.
Pounds. She had to use, I'll convert it for you. She had to lose something like close to 100 pounds, I think.
Okay.
If I convert it correctly, maybe a bit more. Cut a long story short, you know what she said to me? She said to me, weight has always been like this in my family and everything else. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to lose all that weight, right? And that will be my focus the whole time. And the first guy that I meet, I'm going to do everything he wants and do everything he says. And I'm going to swoop him off his feet. As a female, he's going to marry me. And once we do that, I'll have a baby and boom. Because I'm never going to get a man to want me like this. So what you're doing is you're waiting for these women who sit there and say, I love football. Ooh, ooh, ooh. They don't. And that's dangerous. Do you know what I mean? Because you're actually just marrying a fraud. I'm just saying, there are women out there who say, oh my God, they'll even buy the t-shirt of your team and the cap and everything else and look cute. And they'll dance for you and send you videos. And you're like, ooh, baby girl likes that. No, she hates that shit. She just wants a ring on it. There are women who are frauds out there. You're better off with somebody who's sincere, like your name.
And some women are better
I'm
than
just trying to
practice than
say.
others. My
No
ex girlfriend, right? Who I have my son with. She don't care about football. She don't care about golf. And the reason I bring those two up is because she's married now. She remarried, so she's married now. When we broke up, her first boyfriend after we broke up, all of a sudden she's all about golf. And I asked her about it. I said, you don't like golf? She's like, yeah, I just ride around and get drunk. She rides on it, but like she doesn't like golf at all. She can't stand it.
But
and I know
that's
this
how
because
you
we were
keep the
together for a
golf.
few years. And then she get the new boyfriend. All of a sudden, she likes football. I said, you don't like football.
100%. She's a chameleon. So sincere, you're going to marry a chameleon one day or be with a chameleon. That's a woman who can change depending on the situation. And she's going to like what you don't like.
I'm
And
getting
that's
with the
not
woman
going to
that's going to
last
make
you
the
at all.
sacrifice.
Nah,
Make
see,
the
I'm
But
different
it
though. I
shouldn't be
want a
about,
woman who's going to
why
be
is
her.
it sacrificial?
I always like women like that make the sacrifice.
I want a woman that's
and
going to.
compromise.
I guess we have to disagree on that.
That's the truth.
Sincere,
In my
sincere.
opinion,
Listen, sincere, let me tell you something. Number one,
that's the true
sincere.
woman.
No.
The true woman is going to make the sacrifice.
No.
Compromise.
Sincere, let me be real
And the man
with
would do
you.
the same thing for the woman
Sincere, you are such a hothead and you're hard work, and I adore you
too.
because you're a nice person.
How
But
I
just
said
being
nothing
with
wrong.
you, hang on, sincere. Listen to this. Just being with you is enough sacrifice. Just being around this.
That's cold.
I'm thinking
That's
this is
the
already enough.
sacrifice.
I don't need
I'm
any
telling
more than this. I'm just being honest. You know,
I'm
because at
telling
the end
you.
of the day,
I'm
if you
telling
make everything difficult,
I'm telling you, men will stop messing with a woman if she's not willing to make the
but then
sacrifice
hang on
or
a minute.
compromise with
You
a
have
man.
two guys disagreeing with you here.
Here's the thing, right?
It's
But
not to
it's
your
true.
favor. There's two other guys here. Uncle Drew just told you.
A lot of the women that have a lot of the men that have a man right now is because they made the sacrifice.
A lot of men these days, right? Especially with this internet stuff and all these little guys coming out saying all this shit. A lot of y'all men nowadays have this fucking this fucking God's gift to fucking shit. They could pick another dude in 5 minutes. Let's be real about it. Females
Exactly my point. Exactly my point.
Females
That's my
get
point.
dudes way faster than we get women. That's just what it is. So stop acting like you're the prize and this woman has to do what you want to say. Because if you don't get your shit together, she's out the door.
Right.
You make it seem like, I can just get another woman. She can get another man way faster than you'll get another woman.
What I spoke on was is the good man is what I spoke on, bro. And
Yeah,
still,
and everybody
no,
thinks they're a good man. Everybody listens to Kevin
no,
Samuels and who the fuck ever,
no, no,
and they
no,
think
no.
Kevin
When I say
Samuels,
that, no,
they
no,
think Kevin Samuels talking about them.
no, not Kevin Samuels. The good black man is going to be the black man that is going to provide for his family, not have a broken home, bro. Make sure the black woman is protected. Make sure
Yeah,
that
but
he
make sure
doesn't
she also suffers
compromise.
on
And
the
make
couch like
and
6 times a
no.
week.
And most people, I talked to my sister about this
Why
earlier
you
today.
think? Why you think? Why
What
you
does
think? Why you
protection look
think?
like
Why
to
you
you?
think? Why you think? Why you think you got the women that really got the man, like Stephen Curry's wife,
No,
like
Yeah,
no, no, no.
LeBron
yeah,
But
James'
then, but
wife?
then
but
that's
no,
Those
why.
listen,
women, those
Hang on,
those
but
hang
women,
on,
listen.
those
hang
women,
on.
What is protection?
those women get the men because they were sacrificed because they were
No,
beside the
but then to
from
be
the bottom to the
unhappy,
top.
I don't want to be
They're
unhappy
not
to be
happy.
with
Those
somebody. I
women
can't do
are
that.
happy. Those women are happy,
They're
But
not
and
listen,
happy.
they make
but
a
listen.
sacrifice.
You won't
That
know. You don't know they're unhappy until you see it in the press that they're getting divorced. Then you're like, oh shit. But like,
100%.
what is you're talking about men protect? What is it? What is it? What does protection mean
okay.
to you for a man to protect? What does that mean to you?
I'll even take even use LeBron James as an example respectfully. Why you think his wife is still right there? Because
Because
she
he's
made the
rich.
sacrifice. No, she was there for him before she was with him before he even had a dollar, bro. Before he
Okay.
even had a dollar.
Whose wife? Sorry, I
So
missed that.
LeBron
that
James.
LeBron James, his wife was there with him from the bottom. That is the true type of women that you really want to look out
But I
for.
don't. You can't speak on a
What do
relationship
you
that you don't
mean?
know the ins and outs of. You don't know that
Right.
relationship. You don't know what he
Yeah.
No,
does
Yeah.
he said it. The wife said it. They both said that. The reason why
because
we are
they're
together
in the
today,
press. They're in the press.
even
But
She's not gonna come out.
sincere.
no. But you got to look at it
Okay,
bigger than just
sincere.
no, because it's not even about the media. They're
It
Sincere,
is.
do
actually
you
show.
want? No,
That's
no,
his
no,
No, it's
no.
not.
It
brand.
is. It
If
No.
she
The
is.
come
reason
out
why,
and say some
no,
fucked up shit
the
about him, he
reason,
loses
no, because
millions of dollars.
I already know
100%.
because no, I already know because that's what people is already gonna do. They're gonna already say, oh, because he's in the limelight, because he has the fame and fortune. But if you really look observant of what the man did, he showed that black man and black woman can be together and successful without any
Oh,
issues,
while
without
cheating
any
and forcing
problem.
each other on the
That's
We
a
don't
couch
prime
and
know.
example.
being
And
horrible to
she
each
made the
other?
sacrifice.
What
She
kind
was
of an
with him,
example is that?
and really, I feel like men need to be around women like her because they were together for longevity. They've been
But we
together
don't.
for
But we
Okay,
years.
don't. But we
He was
don't
there
sincere.
from
know.
the beginning. That means so much more.
Sincere.
We don't
I'd
know
rather
though.
I'd rather a woman
Sincere.
be beside me.
Let me.
You cut
Okay,
me
let
off.
me
Go
let
ahead.
me
Go
try
and
and
say
help
that.
you with this one. Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna help you with this one before Uncle Drew tells me what he wants to say.
What is the
Sincere, I'm
hell?
going to help you with this one. I'm gonna help you with this one. Don't forget, there's a lot of broken women. Men who want to either be dominant, controlling, force things, I don't care about you, I am, they want obedience like you're their dog. They don't go searching for lawyer women like me. They don't go searching for a woman who's got her own, who speaks her mind, who says we're going to work together. They don't look for that. They look for a broken woman, so broken that whatever is done to her, they could cheat 20 times. They could give her HIV. They could, I don't know, they could beat her up until death. It doesn't matter. They will still stay. We're not talking about a broken woman. If that's what you really
Those men are
want
not,
and
those
need,
men are,
a
no,
broken
those
woman will
men,
do
no
anything for
way.
you.
Those men are not looking for broken women. Those men
They
are looking,
are, because
no,
you have to be
no,
broken to like
no,
that
the
stuff.
reason why, no, look at all of those
No.
athletes. Look at all those guys.
You don't
Those
know
guys
them, bro.
no,
You don't
they're
know their
looking,
relationship. You don't know what goes on behind their
no,
closed doors.
listen, bro. This is a fact when it comes to those people.
Stop saying
They
it's
have,
a fact because you don't know
they
them.
have, they have longevity. Did
My
they have,
mother and father. My mother and father were married for
no,
54 years.
listen to all the people that I'm talking about. LeBron James, longevity, been with her since high school, sweethearts. And then even with Curry, that even is longevity. That's what I'm saying. Those type of relationships, they're lasting because they're sacrificing its longevity.
No,
That's
no,
more
I don't
My
think
important.
mother,
so.
my mother,
Yeah,
my
no,
mother and father,
shit.
my mother and
Why
father
you
were
think my
married for
grandfather?
54 years.
My grandfather and
There
grandma
you
been married
go.
exactly for
Hang
over
on, hang on.
65 years. Longevity is the
Okay,
way.
but
And
like,
hang on.
so
No, 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 no. But they were not forcing
You know,
somebody to do what they didn't want to
listen.
they're not
do. I mean,
forcing.
they
They're
did
not
stuff
forcing.
But
together
look,
because
my mother,
back then, that's
my
all
mother
they.
and father were married for 54 years. Is that a good relationship? because
Hey,
they
Uncle
made it.
Drew, let me add this person real quick, Uncle Drew, and I'll bring you right back, Uncle Drew.
Oh no, I'll drop. Hey, drop me. No. You can
So
always
no.
add me back anytime.
So
No.
listen, my mother and father,
Another
my
woman
mother and
wants to
father
come
were
up
together
here.
for 54 years. Is that a solid? That's a solid relationship. That's respectable.
It's a long time. It's longevity. Yeah, it's longevity.
Listen, my
Very.
mother should have left. My mother should have left 30 years ago. Before she should have left
Wow.
way before.
Charlie, oi, bye, oi. Me not British for them like the rest of them. So for them, for them, Zimbabwe, so for them, come on, we are going to argue about like
No,
simple
no.
thing. That's funny. No, listen now. I'm not here to, yeah, but thank you, man. How are you?
We
My
good.
name is Daddy.
What?
Yeah, I'm not calling you daddy. Dang, that's weird.
I'm not telling you. Yeah, he's on
I'm
the
not
request
calling no
all
grown man
over.
daddy.
Thank God it wasn't nobody doing some crazy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't do that. No.
Yeah, I'm good.
That's not in my repertoire.
D'écouter